Part 4. Rounding the Horn. Chapter 27. Overland, Down Under. Tabitha's grandfather had been a submariner in Western Australia during the Second World War. He befriended a young Australian family, and over the years he had stayed in touch. Now the husband, Francis Burt, was the Governor-General of the state of Western Australia. Not knowing what to expect, Tabitha called him when we arrived in Perth and explained that her grandmother had said she must look them up. We were invited to dinner at the Governor-General's mansion. She explained that we were on motorcycles and didn't have much in the way of fancy clothes, but this was waved away. We put on our best bibs and tuckers. Tabitha had brought along a pair of high heels and a single black silk dress for such occasions. I wore my leather jacket and boots, shined for the first time in months, put on a bow tie, and off we went. The Governor-General, we learned, was Queen Elizabeth's ceremonial representative here. He occupied a spot in the Western Australian government roughly equivalent to that of the Queen in hers, a figurehead who cut ribbons and hosted state dinners. Australia is made up of 6 such states and the Northern Territory. Western Australia covers half the country, but contains only 1.6 million people. Imagine if the United States west of the Great Plains held only 1.6 million people. We had a delightful dinner with Francis and his wife, Margaret. The following weekend, we even witnessed the baptism of their grandchild. Australia is roughly the size and shape of our lower 48 states, which made driving around 3 of its 4 borders a very long ride. We planned to start out from Perth and ride along the western and northern coast to Darwin. From there, we would ride south to Ayers Rock and Alice Springs. After retracing our route back north, we would ride east to the Great Barrier Reef. We would then hit the east coast and pass through Brisbane, Sydney, and Melbourne, from which we would ferry over to Tasmania, then ride back to Sydney in order to fly to South America. In distance, this was the equivalent of riding from Los Angeles to Seattle, taking a right turn and riding to the Minnesota-Canadian border, driving down to Tulsa, and back up to Chicago, on to New York and the New England states, from which we would ride through Washington, D.C., Raleigh, and Miami before hopping a boat to Cuba, and then back to Atlanta. 9,000 miles of motorcycling. Australian roads turned out to be different from those anywhere in the world, except perhaps Texas. For the most part, the country is flat. The roads barreled forward for hundreds of miles without a curve. We put our rubber on the asphalt, the roads here were paved, and made terrific time. The first time we went to pass a large truck, we were taken aback. We were going around it, and going around it, and going around it, until we realized it was a vehicle called a road train. Essentially, it was a tractor with 3 long trailers attached, each 50 to 60 feet long. Road trains shot down the highway because there was no reason not to, another example of mankind adapting to its circumstances. We had to goose up our motorcycles to get around them. In Australia, everybody lives along the coast, inside of which is very little except desert. As we drove the long distances between towns, there was nothing man-made. No gas stations, no houses, no mailboxes. The vast distances of Australia were broken only by the occasional roadhouse offering gas, food, and beds, and the even less frequent towns. Every so often, dead kangaroos and sheep appeared by the side of the road, victims of high-speed trucks and cars. The absolutely straight roads appeared surrealistic, pressing forward into the endless, empty, flat desert. It made me realize how much as travelers we expect a variety of scenery to sweep over us, rather than to encounter the same scene without end. We crossed Australia in a month and a half. Luckily, we were there in the dry season, so we didn't have to worry too much about rain. In the west, flash floods were a danger. We had seen photographs of stalled vehicles flooded out in the desert. Along the roads, depth rods, 4 yards high, stood every mile or so to warn motorists how deep the water was during these floods. Later we saw these same rods as we crossed the Andes, warning of the depth of snow. In the Sahara, we sometimes covered as few as 50 or 60 miles a day. Here, we had several days during which we covered 700 miles, our longest driving days on the entire trip, since there was little else to do but drive. We were taking a trip the Australians themselves did not take. In the West, we constantly met people who said, "I've never driven in the East. I'd love to go there." In the East, people said, "I've never driven in the West." When you realized it is as big as the United States, but mostly empty, you understood why. Unlike the landmass of other continents, Australia has been stable, with few geological shifts to create mountains. The starkly beautiful landscape was interrupted only by salt lakes and infrequent protrusions like Ayers Rock, the Olgas, and a few austere hills. In our Old West, a cow needed 40 acres to survive. Here, too, each kangaroo or sheep needed an enormous tract of grazing land. The hours passed in a surreal experience of humming motor, paved road, red clay, and rocky scrub. One night Tabitha said she spent much of this driving time, which didn't require the concentration demanded by Africa, Siberia, and China, thinking back through much of her life, replaying her childhood, school, and college days, in an effort to understand them better. Tabitha and I began to talk about life after this trip, which seemed remote. We'd been away forever, and it seemed almost as if we would be away forever. Life when we got back? Well, yes, we wanted to refashion our lives, but neither of us was quite sure how it would work. We enjoyed stopping at the Australian roadhouses, perched on the never-ending straight desert roads. For hundreds of miles, these were the only places a traveler could rest and resupply. A roadhouse sold gas, had a small restaurant and a convenience store, and let rooms, usually no more than 8 to 10. Too remote to be whipped into any sort of conformity by competition, they had developed into crusty frontier hangouts, each individual and unique. An air about them encouraged the Australian passion for drink at any hour of the day. This was the first time I had ever been offered a beer for breakfast. At night, the travelers swapped stories and drank beer. Occasionally, a few employees joined us, but the owner and his wife, understaffed like entrepreneurs everywhere, were usually too busy to sit down and talk. The employees tended to be drifters. In one roadhouse, the staff was in revolt because the owner, going bankrupt, couldn't pay them. They were working there only long enough to get the money to move on to the next roadhouse. I felt sorry for many roadhouse owners because their business was suffering. The road train drivers, usually out in pairs, didn't stop at night. We guessed they swapped drivers and slept in the rear of their cabs. This seemed to be a good time to buy roadhouses and develop a chain. I determined that their business was suffering because the price of oil had shot up as a result of the Gulf War and people weren't traveling. Buying Australian roadhouses in this slump would be an example of buying straw hats in winter. Whether for business or pleasure, travel is going to be a major trend in the world of the future. Those prepared to take advantage of it are going to reap fantastic profits. Our tires made a satisfying sizzle against the asphalt as we reached 65 miles an hour. We just tanked up, the sun bore down, the road shot off straight before us, and we were ready for a 3-hour run to the next roadhouse. Pop! My bike wobbled between my legs. The engine had blown something, I guessed, and from its hard knocks and the way I couldn't steer properly, something major. I pulled to the edge of the road. The bike lurched as I came to a stop. Ahead, Tabitha had slowed and looked back, wondering if I was adjusting my helmet or if something was wrong. My back tire was flat. Examining it, I found I'd had my first blowout in 25 years of driving, a 3-inch long gash. The tire had become worn in its center, which I had also never seen on a motorcycle. Normally the wear is even, as motorcycles constantly bank on all surfaces of a tire, but there were few curves on these long, straight, flat, hot roads. As I assisted Tabitha in changing the tire, we realized we had to examine our tires more frequently. I'd always expected a blowout to be dangerous, but this happened at what for us was top speed, and yet I'd had no difficulty in controlling the bike. I wondered what would have happened if the front tire had blown at high speed. I decided I'd be happy to wait another 25 years to find out. We finally hit Darwin, a semi-Asian frontier town. As Australia's northernmost city, the one nearest the Indonesian islands, it was striking how multicolored, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-everything it was. People from all over Asia had crowded in here: Chinese, Koreans, Indonesians, Indians, and Pakistanis. In the street we heard a polyglot of languages, along with English spoken in peculiar ways. A boomtown now, it would be one for a long time. As Australia opened up more, people would move into the frontier areas such as Darwin and Perth. It would become one of those world cities where a go-getter could strike figurative gold. People are always on the alert for where the gold is and rush to it. If a student asked me today where it would be over the next couple of decades and he insisted on speaking English, I'd send him to Darwin. I'd tell him to go into tourism or into any field having to do with trade between Asia and this crossroads. Darwin's population had tripled in the past 15 years. The entire Northern Territory was booming. Almost the size of Alaska, the territory had great weather, along with abundant natural beauty and touring sites. Though it was not heavily populated, immigrants were pouring in. At this point, Darwin wasn't connected to the country's railroad system, but this would certainly change in the future. The train came up from the south to Alice Springs and went down from Darwin a bit, but there was still a big gap. Once that was closed, Darwin would boom like crazy. From an economic point of view, it would be as important as the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad had been for California. To add to all this, just north was Papua New Guinea and Indonesia, both of which were exploding and dynamic. After all, Indonesia was the fourth largest country in the world in population. Indonesians were excellent businessmen, thriving in an old and crowded country. Here was a vast empty country a few hundred miles south. Australia is rich in natural resources. The world's largest industrial diamond mine was opened here only 15 years ago. The country possesses an abundance of nickel, copper, undeveloped land, and water, as well as huge farms, huge ranches, huge everything. Throughout the history of Australia, whenever they've put in a dam or irrigation system, the entire area around it has blossomed with prosperity. Here is another Siberia with abundant resources, and another nearby China with abundant labor. Decades from now, if and when the Indonesians become aggressive and militant about expanding their commercial operations, the natural place to look will not be north to crowded India and other countries with large populations, but south to Australia, where there is little population and a small army, nothing to impede them. We set out south from Darwin toward Ayers Rock, which sits in the center of Australia. The earth we traveled across was red dirt, a deeper, duller red than even the red clay of my native Alabama. Given the distance, Tabitha suggested we skip Ayers Rock because it was just a rock in the middle of the desert. She still talks about what a great mistake that would have been. It was another of those sights so awesome that photographs ought not be allowed. As we approached it on our motorcycles, it was startling. First, there was a vast flat plain, and then, without warning, a huge red monster that seemed to come alive was looming over us. If not alive, Ayers Rock seemed to have a soul, or be the home of spirits. Rising more than 1,100 feet from the flatness of the surrounding plain, the rock is the world's largest monolith. Even though it is 2 miles long, scientists say 2/3 of it is buried beneath the sand. The exterior looks like the hide of a gigantic prehistoric animal. Up close, large holes like pockmarks dig into its surface. We drove around it on our bikes, and it kept shifting and changing reds in a way as fascinating as its size. As the sun went down, the rock's surface became a darker and deeper red, and finally became a ghostly gray. At dawn, the reverse happened. The rock's gray changed to a deep red, and then to a lighter rust color. It didn't rain while we were there, but the pictures I've seen of it in the rain show it as a dark, almost black gray. I certainly understood why the Aborigines regarded it as a holy place, one haunted by powerful spirits. Despite Australia's excellent roads, we never traveled at night. Travel by motorcycle isn't just the means to an end, but an end in itself. If we traveled at night, we wouldn't get what we'd come for, the thrill of enjoying new places by motorcycle. Since safety is never a small issue on motorcycles, driving at night is far more hazardous than during the day. 70% of motorcycle accidents are caused by cars. Over and over, car drivers say after they hit a motorcycle, "I never saw him." If they don't see you during the day, they certainly won't see you at night. At night, of course, people drink more. Other nighttime dangers were kangaroos, cows, potholes, gravel, everything. Most important, if we were going to ride around the world once, we wanted to see it. Why go around the world on a motorcycle at night? We loved Sydney, putting it on our list of cities in which we would like to live. My top 3 are New York, Buenos Aires, and Tokyo, followed by Sydney, Bangkok, and Rome. Sydney was a dynamic capital, bursting with life and vitality, while Melbourne sported old money and old gentility, the difference between brassy New York and Boston's reserved Tony demeanor. When a traveler arrived in Perth, the joke went that people asked him, "Where are you from?" In Sydney, they wanted to know how much money you made. In Brisbane, if you wanted a beer. And in Melbourne, what public, private school you had attended. About 30% of the people who live in Australia weren't born there. Huge waves of immigration have flowed over its shores, making it boom over the past 20 years. Yet it still had only 17 million people, a country the size of the United States, with a population slightly larger than New York State's. The Japanese had discovered Australia too. We found Japanese clerks in every major store, hotel, and resort area. The marriage of Australia's natural resources with Japan is a natural, as is Australia's geographic location for tourists. You'll see Australia and Japan becoming yet closer in future years, as their long-term interests with each other are greater than those either has with the U.S. Even with all this empty land, most people live in the cities. 20% of Australians live in Sydney, and another 15% live in Melbourne. In nearby New Zealand, a third of the population live in Auckland. If this percentage held true in the United States, New York City would have 85 million people. The 20th century's revolution in agriculture made this possible. In the 19th century, the technology did not exist to support such large urban populations. We began to think now about our next hop, from Australia to South America. It made no sense to worry about these hops much before we were ready to jump. First of all, we might not make it through the particular continent we were on, and certainly not on any schedule that could be relied on. Why flail around in Zimbabwe and say, "Hey, how are we going to get from Australia to South America?" when there was no one in Zimbabwe who could answer the question. We would catch a flight on Aerolíneas Argentinas. We would land in Rio Gallegos and go from there to Tierra del Fuego, the tip of South America nearest the Antarctic, from which we would drive north. The flight went once a week. The travel agent said that if we wanted to, he could arrange for us to stop for a week in New Zealand, then pick up the same flight the following week. We jumped at the chance. New Zealand is basically 2 islands, North Island and South Island. If a traveler wants to drive in Australia and New Zealand, but has time for only one, New Zealand is the country to choose, because it is so compact and beautiful. For the sports car driver, motorcyclist, or ordinary traveler with a yen for breathtaking scenery, snug New Zealand has sprawling Australia beat hands down. For a motorcyclist, New Zealand's roads are better because they wind and twist through exciting vistas and constant change. In Australia, we often drove 1,000 miles without change, days and days of breathtaking sameness. New Zealand's pleasant climate and geographical features are similar to and as varied as California's. It's not a big country, but for sheer variety, it's hard to beat. In addition to lush meadows and ominously smoking volcanoes, it has farmland, deserts, cities, bubbling hot mud holes, geysers, icy glaciers, the ocean, sandy beaches, rugged coastline, and lots of mountains. The ancient South Pacific culture of the Maoris, who never developed writing, is expressed in elaborate carvings on war canoes and totem poles, which are on exhibit throughout the islands. Within a few hundred miles, visitors can fish, ski, and bungee jump, as well as hike, scuba dive, watch whales, and go whitewater rafting. Planes and helicopters are plentiful, and visitors are offered flight-seeing tours. Kiwis, as New Zealanders call themselves, love mazes, and construct gigantic ones out of hedges. They've even begun to export them, particularly to Japan, where the better New Zealand designers hire themselves out as consultants. Being here was a bit like being on a honeymoon. New Zealanders are friendly, easygoing, and helpful. Tabitha and I both fell in love with this fresh, upbeat country and wanted to stay longer than our allotted week, but winter blew at our backs. We would be traveling across the Andes and Tierra del Fuego, a few hundred miles from the Antarctic, in June and July, the seasonal equivalent of driving across the Canadian Rockies in January. Every week we lost might throw us into the January and February of the South American-Canadian type winter and might cost us 6 weeks of delay. New Zealand is a country of 4 million people and 60 million sheep. After the lambs are born in the spring, the four-footed population often rises to 100 million. The country's economic history is written in the story of its sheep and wool. In the 70s, the Russians bought wool with hard currency as part of their effort to keep up their standard of living. The price of wool went through the roof. With the prosperity of the Middle East resulting from the oil boom, the Arabs indulged themselves in their taste for lamb. The price of mutton went through the roof too. This continued into the 80s. As always happens when there's great demand, everybody piled into sheep. Shortly, there was too much mutton and too much wool. Demand slackened off as the Russians ran out of steam and the Arabs could no longer sell their oil at high prices. The New Zealand government, wanting to keep the boom going and its voters happy, came up with a bright idea. Obviously, this was only a temporary dip in the ravenous world appetite for lamb and wool. In a year now, things would turn around. In the meantime, why should its citizens suffer? The government set up a special board that said, "We'll buy all the wool you farmers produce and keep the price up." As De Beers had done with diamonds, this board subsidized and stabilized a high price. The farmers, no fools, raised more sheep, produced more wool, and put it to the government. Over the years, the board bought and bought with borrowed money until it finally couldn't take any more. Then the Russians ran out of money, and the Middle Eastern War killed its markets. Under a United Nations embargo, Iraq certainly wasn't ordering any lamb. Occupied by the Iraqis, Kuwait was out of the market too. It was unfortunate that the government had kept the price up for so long, because when this bear market came, prices had that much further to fall. Markets always go down much more than they should when someone has put a Band-Aid on the problem. That's what's happening in the United States now. The government has been putting Band-Aids on our financial situation for so many years that when the day of reckoning comes, it's going to be horrible. In essence, the New Zealand government was borrowing money to buy sheep in order to finance its farmers' lifestyle. In America, we've borrowed money to build armaments and hand out transfer payments and entitlements. If we borrowed to invest in highways, railways, factories, and telephone systems, that would be one thing. But to borrow to keep up the price of wool so farmers can buy TVs, that is quite another. Of course, from the politicians' point of view, what was being bought were votes. The merchants who sold the farmers their TVs didn't have to suffer either, nor did the fellows who sold them automobiles, repaired their TVs, or outfitted them in designer clothes. While it lasted, it was wonderful. Plato, Jefferson, and de Tocqueville, among other political writers, warned of this supreme danger of democracy, that politicians will sell the nation's birthright for a mess of votes. Now some people might say, wait a minute, don't we have warehouses full of wool? Isn't the wool ultimately valuable? But I say, if you put the money into a road, when everything is said and done, you have the road, which can increase productivity. There's a vast difference between creating a cartel to support the price of an expendable item and building up a country's infrastructure. The economic history of the world is full of cartels that attempted to support a price and failed. Anyone who buys mammoth amounts of a product with the idea that he can keep up the price is doomed to fail. It's one of the oldest and soundest rules in economics. You can control the price, you can control the supply, but you can never control both for long. As an example, think of OPEC. OPEC tried to control the price of oil, but after a time the entire mechanism collapsed under the weight of greater supply brought on by higher prices. In another example, the Malaysians almost went bankrupt, supporting the price of tin. Part of New Zealand's problem was that in the 70s and 80s the socialists were running the country. They borrowed to keep the workers and farmers happy, doing what good socialists ought to do. Better to keep employment up than build for the future. New Zealand's finances got so bad that the voters threw the socialists out and hired the conservatives again. What I mean by bad is very high inflation, very high interest rates, and very high unemployment, since nobody was buying anything because prices were so high. The currency had become so weak, nobody could afford to import the foreign goods a small isolated country like New Zealand desperately needed, since no transistors or automobiles were made there. Voters came to realize loans were expensive, inflation was way up, and they couldn't buy Sony TV sets or Japanese cars. Nobody could get a job either. They became furious with the socialist government. Then came one of the more extraordinary stories of the relationship between a people and its central bank. At the beginning of the decade, the new conservative government went to the bank and made a contract with it, a written contract which specified that it, the government, could not abrogate the contract. The government officials saw that if they simply passed a law or replaced the governor of the bank, such measures could be changed. They insisted on something more permanent. This contract said the central bank had to get the rate of inflation down to less than 2% and keep it there. You central bank fellows do whatever you have to do. We government fellows will do our part, but in case we don't, you still have to do your part because we're politicians and can't be trusted. The Tories said this because they had the sense to know they were politicians. They were afraid the political will of the country would shift, and they would be stuck back where they had started. Lo and behold, the central bank did its job and got the inflation rate down, and it has kept it under 2% ever since. As we rode through New Zealand, I couldn't help noticing all the sheep. I got out commodity charts and checked the price of wool to scrutinize what had happened. Sure enough, here the big collapse was laid out in graphic form. At the same time, all around me I saw a hard-working labor force. They, like everybody else, were grateful for a handout, but they were far away from the centers of the world and knew nobody was going to take care of them. Even though they had been cradled in a welfare state for more than a decade, the basic New Zealand personality was rural and self-reliant. I took a look at the New Zealand stock market. I was aware it had been one of the worst, if not the worst, performing major stock market in the world during the past decade. Of course, I recalled the worldwide commodities boom of the 70s and 80s. New Zealand had absolutely nothing but natural resources, wool, sheep, and other agricultural products, so it had been one of the biggest beneficiaries of the boom. When it ended, however, it had gone in the tank first. Simple economics would tell you this had to be the worst-hit developed country in the world because it had nothing else besides agriculture, and it was marginal in the first place. The smart money knew that the boom had come to an end and put its money somewhere else. So there were sound and understandable reasons why New Zealand had been the world's worst-performing stock market during the past 10 to 15 years. That whetted my appetite. First, I saw a depressed area of investment, the stock market. Then I saw a depressed country because of the nature of its economy and bad public policies vis-à-vis wool, sheep, and other agriculture products. Then I saw a government that was doing all the right things to strengthen its currency and make its economy strong. The New Zealanders had come to know that they had to do the right things because they didn't have any choice. Otherwise, their currency was going to disappear, the way currency had in many African countries, and they were going to suffer as horribly. It was obvious that I had to invest in their stock market. I opened an account and put in some money. As usual, I worked through the country's largest broker. I wasn't too worried about the risk of bankruptcy with a company of this stature. If the broker looked as if he were about to go under, the government was likely to take the company over or force it into a merger. I opened a small account first to make sure there were no hitches. I worry about having the wrong account number on my paperwork or my money getting lost in the transoceanic netherworld through which international cables are laid. First of all, I want to see the system work properly. Outside of my normal reading of the world press, I had not done any special study of New Zealand, but being here told me a lot. In the broker's office, I looked through various books about the market, including its stock market annual. I looked back to see what had happened in the country during the past 10 or 15 years, the basic facts, including the balance of payments and an overview of the country's economic situation. I wanted to make a direct investment in wool in New Zealand, but if I bought wool futures, I'd have to worry they would expire sometime or that I might get a margin call. So I tried to buy a seat on the wool exchange. Whenever there's a savage bear market, the seats on the exchange, whether for stocks, sugar, gold, or bonds, become seriously depressed. The best way to invest in a depressed market is to buy a seat on the exchange and forget it. Frequently, there's not even maintenance to pay. Unfortunately, the futures exchange down here was all in one. If you bought a seat on the wool exchange, you were buying a seat on the entire futures trading market. That wasn't what I wanted. I wanted a pure play in wool and lamb, but I couldn't get it with a seat. Another reason I liked having an account in New Zealand was that it gave me a presence on the Pacific Rim. These were the first markets to open in the day because of their time zone. Sometimes I wanted to put on a trade in the middle of the night, and I might mind waiting until Europe or Tokyo opened. New Zealand came first, to the extent that anything opened first these days. How might I use this? Say on Saturday afternoon I came to believe the dollar was going to cave in on Monday morning, and that it was all over for the dollar. Well, I could short the dollar in New Zealand long before the markets opened in Asia, Europe, and New York. I could buy gold. If I thought the stock markets of the world were going to collapse Monday morning, here was where I could sell first, because it was going to be the first one open. If I thought there was going to be a big boom for some reason, again, here was where the first market opened. In fact, Monday morning in New Zealand is still Sunday afternoon in New York. The New Zealand stock market had a few hundred choices. I picked out 20, each in agriculture and raw materials, and each with a strong balance sheet. While I was at it, I put a smaller bit into Australian agriculture too. I looked for companies that would survive in case I was wrong about when to jump into this market, and the country's hard times weren't over. Chapter 28. The Uttermost End of the World. In many ways, I was still a starstruck kid from a tiny town in Alabama, agog at the sights and the strangeness of the great world through which we passed. To ride across the Strait of Magellan, to roar across Tierra del Fuego. For most of my life, these had been only exotic names on maps, and now I was within hailing distance of Magellan's historic route. Much less frigid in winter than we'd expected, Tierra del Fuego is mainly flat, windswept, and lovely. It is occupied by sheep, geese, a few people, and guanaco, a llama-like animal. To attract people to visit and settle, the island was duty-free. Indeed, the Argentine government encouraged people to move into all the regions below Buenos Aires. Although it is a huge country, 8th largest in the world, a third of its people live in the capital city. Tierra del Fuego's largest city, Ushuaia, is the southernmost city in the world. The city certainly needed to provide all the incentive that could be dreamed up to attract settlers. A bank manager told me the area needed hotel and fishing development. Empty stores and half-built lots said business wasn't doing as well as it might. At this time of the year, June, sunup was at 10 in the morning, sunset at 4 in the afternoon, providing us with short driving times. The light down here at the uttermost end of the world, as the natives like to call it, was an ever-changing source of wonder, otherworldly, pale, and bleak. Tourism will boom here. The scenery is breathtaking. Fabulous cross-country skiing could easily develop. The king crabs were wonderful. The town provided one of the few ways to get to Antarctica, which I was convinced was about to become a great tourist site. Just as Tamanrasset, on the edge of the Sahara, had boomed because travelers wanted to see the desert, Ushuaia would boom too, as they visited Antarctica. Ushuaia might have a small population, but I felt the rumble of the coming boom. I was tempted to buy land. After all, the town had just come by its first real estate agents. Could big growth be far behind? We took a boat out. On both sides of the choppy water, steep, craggy mountains rose, giving the Beagle Channel a haunted feel. Rocky islands were scattered about, one covered with cormorants, another with seals. Young seal bucks put on a diving show around us, bobbing, weaving, and torpedoing. On the rocks, the seal social hierarchy was on full display, a king on top challenged by another big seal, while below younger males challenged each other. Farther away, other older seals had opted out and weren't bothering to contest the pecking order. Was there a lesson here? We were on the home stretch of our trip now. We'd been away from New York for 15 months. My odometer, recorded in my notebook each morning before we left the hotel or campsite, had logged 43,000 miles. I figured we had another 20,000 to go. I was very much looking forward to seeing South America. I knew Chile was booming, an economic miracle, and I wanted to see the effect it was having on other South American countries. My take on the continent was that it was coming out of a 70-year bear market and was poised for a continent-wide economic boom. Even though we were near Chile, there was no decent road north to Santiago, its capital. The only paved road north was up Argentina's coast to Buenos Aires. Since no one here had any clear idea of how to drive to Central America beyond following the Pan-American Highway, we decided to wait till we reached Buenos Aires to gather more intelligence. We headed north to Buenos Aires over the Pampas, plains differently colored and textured than those anywhere else in the world. Prairie hares bounded around us, and eagles soared overhead. Wild ostriches, smaller than the African variety, and gray with white-trimmed skirts that fluttered, hopped across the plains. At Lake Argentina, the sight of dozens of pink flamingos stopped us. The drive around the lake was a wonderful motorcycle ride, mountains to one side, the vast lake on the other. The forest and boulder-strewn terrain appeared primeval and spectral, the tangled moss and grotesquely shaped trees and rocks seemingly drawn into monsters by the magnetic attraction of the nearby South Pole. A huge bluish mass appeared at the water's edge on the horizon. Over the next 5 to 10 miles, its color deepened, and the object grew larger as we drew closer. It was the Moreno Glacier, 150 miles long, one of the few in the world still moving. The air filled with groans and loud cracks that grew into rifle shots and booming explosions. The glacier became compressed as it pushed between two mountains, then spread again and broke up. When it finally met Lake Argentina, the glacier's front was a 160-foot-high wall of ice that had taken hundreds of years to inch its way down out of the Andes. Its path cut the lake in two like a moving dam. Occasionally, large pieces cracked off and plunged into the blue water, creating blue-tinged icebergs and sending waves to thunder against the shore. Once this moving ice dam had cut the lake in two, every 3 or 4 years it burst under the immense water pressure behind it and collapsed in a spectacular scene lasting several hours. This created a remarkable sight few had ever witnessed because it was so unpredictable and sometimes happened at night. With collapse, the 700-year-old ice melted back into the blue lake, evaporated into the air, fell again as snow, and became glacier all over again. Considering how remarkable all this was, I was surprised at the meagerness of the tourist promotion. The southern tip of South America is remote, but so are lots of popular places. Part of this doubtless was due to Argentina's insularity, which was changing as the country opened itself again to the larger world. The glacier presented someone with a great opportunity to become rich. All that was needed was an airport so people could fly down from Buenos Aires. Foreigners could fly into Argentina, go to Iguazu Falls in the north, visit the glacier next, and later sail to Antarctica, all stellar attractions. A similar tourist boom had happened to the Galapagos. An airport was built. Now thousands flocked there, and vast fortunes had been made. The town nearby, Calafate, is just sitting there, waiting for the same thing to happen. We made friends with a sheep farmer and rode along behind his battered pickup. Most farmers here were in dire straits. His Ford truck was 11 years old, but he couldn't afford to buy a new one anytime soon. We went out to the sheep farm of the Rudds, our new friends. The family had come from the Falklands more than 100 years before and obtained land grants. As in our Old West, the Argentine government gave away land to entice settlers into taming the frontier. The size of acreage here was like that of Texas. The Rudds leased out to others a couple of 50,000-acre spreads. Their land was a bit marginal, as each sheep needed 10 acres to graze, but the Rudds were nevertheless working the farm in these hard times after many others had closed up. The Argentine government still owned much of the nation's land, especially down here. To become a landowner, a citizen proposed a project to the government and executed it, built a house, say. After 4 years and lots of red tape, he owned the land at a low price. The Rudd's grandfather had owned 750,000 acres here, but the grandchildren had broken up the station, as ranches are called here and in Australia. Back in the grandfather's time, around 1900, Argentina had been richer than the United States. Today, we say someone is as rich as a Texan, an Arab, or a Japanese. In Europe before World War I, the expression had been, as rich as an Argentine. The Rudd's grandfather had been one of the wealthy ones. How it happened is a lesson in technology and being in the right place at the right time. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the Spanish mainly settled in Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Colombia. Argentina had been no more than a vast, lightly developed territory of plains, without gold and without interest. Many of the cows and horses the Spanish had brought over escaped and went wild. Without natural predators, there were no wolves or lions in Argentina. They multiplied and became good-sized herds. Over the years, these cattle were chased down by Argentine riffraff called gauchos, who had to become great horsemen if they wanted a beefsteak. As there were few people in Argentina, the market for the meat they killed was small, so the herds kept expanding. In Europe, where there were no large plains, beef was a much desired delicacy. Yet no matter how good a horseman a gaucho was, he couldn't drive a herd to Paris. In the late 19th century, refrigerated transoceanic ships were developed. All of a sudden, Argentine cows became unbelievably valuable. Whoever was in the pampas, whoever was horseman enough to ride down wild beefsteak, became rich. As in Texas, huge ranches were developed. The successful gauchos transformed themselves from riffraff into wealthy ranchers. At that time, the United States did not have many cattle. We jumped into the European market, but the Argentines had the stock left over from the Spanish strays. Vast numbers of immigrants flooded into both countries. It was a toss-up in Europe whether the North or the South American plains would make you more prosperous. These things sometimes take a while to clarify. It wasn't until later in the 20th century that it was clear that Argentina was the wrong choice. When entrepreneurs around the globe realized how lucrative the cattle business was, many jumped in. Americans, Australians, and Africans. Losing its easy money, the Argentinian government sought to compensate with protective tariffs, regulations, and exchange controls, all of which compounded its ever-worsening economy. As in New Zealand during the 80s, during the 20s, 30s, and 40s, the Argentinian economy spiraled downward. The government borrowed to maintain living standards in the short run, and debt accumulated. Perón, Argentina's man on a white horse, promised easy prosperity and completed the destruction of the economy. Meanwhile, America was building factories. Argentina had had it too easy, had hit the gold mine too quickly. They didn't need to invest for the future because they were so rich. They chose Band-Aids to cover their wounds rather than the surgery needed to correct deep-seated cancers. Decades of suffering followed. We'd had so much fun viewing the seals off Tierra del Fuego, we hired a boat to take us off Peninsula Valdez. July was the best time to visit whales here. Not only was the rest of the year too windy, but this was the mating season. There were few travelers since it was winter. At one point our boat was surrounded by a dozen right whales, most of which were so busy copulating they paid no attention to us. We might have been flies to humans similarly engaged. The boat maneuvered so close we could reach out and touch their slick hides. These were called right whales by old-time whalers because they had the right oil, the right bones, the right blubber, the right everything. They came here every year to mate, and as usual each female had captured the attention of 3 or 4 males. Our guide pointed out 2 females on their backs, floating within a few yards of our boat. This was a female's signal to the boys she'd had it for the moment, to leave her alone. We hiked down to a beach full of male sea elephants, resting and fattening up for the return of their females in August. When the females arrived and mating season began, the males had to stay on land to guard their harems from marauding woman stealers. This meant for several weeks they couldn't go fishing or eat, thus the rationale for fattening themselves up. We walked among them, huge great sausages laid out in the sun. This peninsula teemed with animals. Another beach was full of sea lions sleeping, fighting, swimming, and squawking. We came across an injured penguin in from the ocean, a mara, a large rodent-like rabbit, sea elephants, burrowing owls, sheep, dogs, cows, pink-breasted thrushes, upland geese, and Antarctic pigeons. The days lengthened rapidly. We drove up the Argentine coast toward Buenos Aires through a countryside with few people. The roads were long and straight through the broad, empty pampas. For an entire day we didn't see a single tree. These vast plains certainly contained abundant room for development. It was true, Argentinians ate more red meat per person than any other people in the world. Every little town had a big barbecue place, or I suppose grill, and in the cities there were scores of them. With the mixed grill they served blood sausages, cases crammed with baked blood and spices, which I found surprisingly tasty. Argentina will become a tourist paradise. Along with dozens of exotic animals, it has mountains, beaches, deserts, the Antarctic, skiing, hunting, the vast wild pampas, and horseback riding, everything a traveler could want. Up north is extraordinary colonial Spanish architecture, as well as the wonder of Iguazu Falls. Now that the government is stable and has gotten rid of the military, or at least calmed them down and stopped the atrocities of the 70s and 80s, real development can take place. While our bikes were being repaired in Buenos Aires, Tabitha and I flew up to Iguazu Falls in the north, one of the world's 10 largest waterfalls. Located on the Iguazu River, where Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina come together, the falls were breathtaking. A 300-foot drop that pounds the water below so hard it constantly produces a giant rainbow in its cloud of spray. Like Victoria Falls, Iguazu Falls make Niagara look minor. Hundreds of years before being stumbled upon by Don Alvar Núñez in 1541, the falls were a sacred burial place for South American tribes. From the precipice over the Devil's Throat, the falls roared below, drenching us with mist. Rainbows arched over the water, while parrots and hawks cruised over the deep green jungle. Swifts dropped like stones into the mist to spear insects. All this made us feel a bit embarrassed by Niagara Falls, our continent's answer to these falls. I first figured that somebody had done a great PR job up there, but then I realized Niagara's reputation was the result of another of those historical tides that come and go. The northern part of the U.S. was a great boom area in the later part of the 19th century, a time when the railroads, not the airlines, gave definition to the word mobility. The newly prosperous wanted to see new things, and the railroads had seats to fill. Voila! Niagara Falls were certainly stupendous, if that was all you knew, so a self-reinforcing process started. The railroads hyped the falls to fill seats, inexperienced travelers were impressed easily, and the cycle had begun. Stunts and more press followed until Niagara Falls had become Niagara Falls. But like most things, the market became saturated, the falls even déclassé. Transportation technology advanced, allowing travelers to fly even farther afield. Niagara does have one superior feature that the world's great waterfalls cannot match, but it doesn't do much for the tourist trade. During January and February, Niagara freezes and produces the most extraordinary ice formations that one can visit. You won't find ice sculptures at Iguazu Falls ever. But how many people want to go to Buffalo in February? 20 miles away, on the Rio Paraná, is the world's largest hydroelectric plant, Itaipu, and a frontier city, Ciudad del Este, or City of the East. It is a real boom town, booming because of the tens of billions of dollars spent to build the dam. Nearby Foz do Iguaçu grew from 35,000 inhabitants to 150,000 as the dam was built. Here is a perfect example of an infrastructure laid down by entrepreneurs to construct the dam, and now available to service travelers and any industry that can take advantage of it. Itaipu means singing rock in a native dialect. Built as a joint project by Brazil and Paraguay, it is powered by the Paraná River, which divides the two countries. Financed by World Bank debt, the $25 billion dam is 5 miles wide and 80 yards high. Recently completed, it had taken 17 years to build. The last generator had just come on stream, and now the dam produced 12,600 megawatts. Egypt's Aswan Dam is puny compared with it, and our own Hoover Dam isn't even in the running. Tabitha thought visiting the dam would be a waste of time, but since I'd read about it in the press for a couple of decades, I was eager to see it. It is as stunning as any man-made thing I've ever seen, and I include in this assessment the Taj Mahal, India's Ellora Caves, Easter Island, Machu Picchu, and Tikal. It is an engineering marvel, a most extraordinary product of mankind's capacity to build. In addition to its size, it contains entire cities for workers and supervisors, including self-service elevators and an intricate latticework of interior catwalks and crossways. As at Ellora, everything had been planned and then carefully put together over a period of a couple of decades. It is a wonder of the modern world. Tabitha was impressed, but still not as impressed as I was. Although the guidebooks barely mentioned the site, I cannot recommend it enough for those with the turn of mind to appreciate the beauty and imagination of such a monumental human accomplishment. The political situation engendered by the dam was interesting too. Paraguay, with only 4.5 million people, owned the dam 50-50 with Brazil, which had a population of 155 million. Naturally, the Paraguayans couldn't use all of their half of the electricity, so they had sold 90% of theirs to the Brazilians for hard currency. With this infusion of hard cash, the Paraguayans were retiring their foreign debts. Someday they will be sitting very, very pretty. With a great balance sheet, they will be able fully to develop their country. I did see a political problem that could arise in 20 years. When their economy was grown, the Paraguayans might well want their electricity back. Rather than surrender its vital supply, Brazil would likely come up with a ruse to invade its smaller neighbor or renegotiate the treaty. A treaty infraction would develop, or a national slight would occur to justify such an invasion or renegotiation, and there wouldn't be much tiny Paraguay could do. Chapter 29. Buenos Aires. With the winter largely south of us, we decided to stop for a few weeks in Buenos Aires, which became one of our favorite cities, full of energy and bustle, nightlife and street activity. Here, restaurants didn't start filling up till 9 at night, and even people accompanied by their children came in at 11. The days were back to regular length, and the climate was mild. Buenos Aires was about the same distance from the equator as Charleston, South Carolina. We decided to take Spanish lessons. I had always thought Spanish would be one of the languages of the 21st century. Ever since I'd quit working so hard, I'd had it in the back of my mind to come to Latin America for 6 months to learn the language. Why will Spanish be so important? There are 2 major languages in the Western Hemisphere, English and Spanish. Chinese will also be important to the world, but China is a long way from the Americas. In the next century, as the South American countries become more vigorous and richer, and as our own geographic area becomes less dynamic and poorer, a Spanish separatist movement will develop. There will be political and historic justification for its arguments, because after all, we did steal California and New Mexico. Alaska and Louisiana we bought, but not the other 2. People have long, long memories for such depredations, as evidenced by Poland, the Ukraine, Russia, and Hungary. It wouldn't be too hard to make a case that we stole Florida, Arizona, and Texas too, states with large Hispanic populations, and the last 2 of which are contiguous with Mexico. In the end, half of Mexico wound up as part of the United States. At the other extreme are the Yukon and Alaska, the northern end of our trip. It's clear those areas too are ripe for future change. I'm not surprised to discover that some U.S. and Canadian visionaries want to create a separate nation out of their part of the world, a country to be composed of Alaska, British Columbia, Alberta, Washington State, Montana, Oregon, and Idaho. They propose to call their new nation Cascadia. Geographically, it would be larger than the European community. This region now ranks as the world's 10th largest economy in terms of its annual gross domestic product, with $250 billion in sales. Will these 2 provinces and 5 states secede? Probably not, or not soon. This is more a growing regional identity rather than an ambitious politician's grand design. This is a grassroots revolution, the product of a changing world, a new way for the region to see itself. Cascadia is a state of mind, one in which its inhabitants are throwing off the shackles of European and East Coast thought for a freer, less stodgy way of life. In the 21st century, with every people yearning for more control over their lives, the world will be full of new regions like Cascadia. Splits and recombinations of nations will be a historical theme of the next 50 years. In addition to Canada splitting into 3 parts, I expect India will split into 3 too, probably Hindu, Muslim, and Punjab. Italy will divide into North Italy and South Italy, and Brazil into North and South Brazil. After 70 years of mismanagement, the countries of Latin America are finally getting rid of the old practices that destroyed their economies, except for legalizing what are now illicit drugs. If and when they do that, the continent will become even more dynamic. Latinos in the United States will say to us, "Historically, this land is ours. You took it by force of arms, and we want it back. You're discriminating against our people. Our people no longer want to be with you because you're a bankrupt country. They want to be back with us. We're prosperous." The familiar provocations that produce war will reoccur and intensify. People have different goals. If our goal is to keep this country together as one, it's a huge mistake to educate immigrant kids solely in their parents' language instead of English. It only breeds separatism, which worldwide is a leading cause of strife. If our goal is to bring along kids in the language in which their parents are the most comfortable, then by all means teach them in Spanish, Chinese, and Urdu. If the overall goal is to make whatever political entity we're talking about survive and be dynamic and successful, then we need everybody to speak the same language. In a country like the United States, a melting pot of many immigrant groups, a common language is the only thread connecting all of us. Multiculturalism, the philosophical, political, and pedagogical movement, will lead to the destruction of the United States as its borders are drawn today. All you have to do is look at what the French-speaking people are doing to Canada's unity. In the past 20 years, a malaise has crept over America. Everybody here knows there's something wrong. Most Americans don't know quite what it is, but they know their standard of living has not become better. Average real American wages haven't gone up for 20 years, largely because so much money has gone into non-productive uses, into consumption, which has led to gigantic debt, which has led to the 20-year decline of our currency. All this will become worse, much worse, and will feed the separatists. Nobody's plotted, infiltrated our society and corrupted it. We have handed over our birthright. Nobody has said, "Okay, what we're going to do now is make all our kids fluent in Spanish by teaching them only that in school, forcing them to identify with our Latin culture. We'll have Spanish neighborhoods, Spanish athletic teams, and Spanish newspapers, radio stations, and TVs. We'll wait 30 or 40 years till hard times come. Then we'll develop a separatist movement, pull away, and destroy the United States." That's the way it's going to work, although the scheme won't be consciously plotted. Through multiculturalism, we will have given it to them. Our politicians, ever seeking votes in the short term, will have sold our destiny. We're pandering to everybody. In California, you can get a ballot in any language you want. In its last election, there were a handful of ballots cast in Eskimo. There are always 100 amendments on the California ballot, so somebody had to sit down and translate all that complicated prose into Russian, Eskimo, Vietnamese, Urdu, whatever anyone asked for. Americans have been spoiled by the past 100 years, and spoiled by our special, one-time dominance over countries like Japan and Germany during the first few decades after World War II. We think we are exempt from universal laws, but we are not. People who think they are exempt from universal laws have a moral disease called hubris, frequently fatal. I am not trying to be clever or outrageous. This is simply history, the way the world has been ever since we've been recording it. Separatism is a fact of history at all times of economic distress. Most people will maneuver to maximize their economic lives, always have and always will, and in the process new societies and structures will be established. Sooner or later, political structures around them must shift to deal with the change. Americans find it hard to believe that such laws apply to their country, that even their borders can change. They shouldn't. Borders and governments move to follow economic interests, which shift constantly, as Adam Smith, Marx, and Keynes all noted. Then come religious, ethnic, and linguistic reasons. There is no border in the world that has lasted centuries, much less forever. With our short-term myopia, we think it's different this time. For example, an investor will say, "This stock has a lock on the market, a monopoly. It will grow at 25% a year forever." I ask, what about high returns on equity, bringing in competition or substitution? Yes, that was true for IBM and Penn Central and oil, but this time it's different because of its patents, its management, its market position. You fill in the blank. Well, in the laws of economics, in the laws of history, in the laws of politics, and in the laws of society, it's never different this time. The law of gravity isn't ever suspended for someone's convenience, and these laws are just as rigorous, though more subtle and complex. If they weren't universals, we wouldn't call them laws. "Oh, come on," I hear all the time. "This is America. It's different here." I wish it were, but unfortunately, it's never different anywhere. Never different any time. Every piper has to be paid. Fall off a cliff, and no matter whether you're Spanish, Argentine, Chinese, or American, gravity still operates. No different from any other time. We enrolled in Spanish classes. Tabitha had a far better facility for languages than I. I am lazy, dyslexic, brain-dead, or grew up tone-deaf, who knows. Equally important, I was diverted by a lot of other things. It was that motorcycle mechanic school back in New York all over again. I didn't have time to go to classes as much because I was worrying about the stock market, as well as the endless details of the trip. Now that I could make telephone calls easily, Siberia and Africa had been hopeless, I was constantly talking to New York, buying new bonds because the old ones had matured, or moving money to Europe. We needed spare parts and chart books, so I called Judd in the New York office and had them flown in. I decided to invest more in the New Zealand stock market. I sent Judd a check to record and send on to the brokerage. Despite my following up daily, the check never arrived in New Zealand. I debated whether to wait a few more days or cancel it and rewrite it. My hands were too full for intensive Spanish classes. Tabitha, on the other hand, studied 6 or 7 hours a day and lapped it up. Her French was good, so she made amazing progress. I was investigating the Argentine stock market, visiting the president of the exchange, brokers, finance ministers, and lawyers, trying to dope out whether it was a market worth investing in. I sensed that here was a country that was beginning to realize, after decades of failure at trying, that the state had limited powers to make prosperity happen. The newspapers said the new president and the new finance minister were determined to change the face of Peronism, which had nationalized everything, as the Labour Party in England had. Perón, of course, had promised the shirtless ones that the government was going to buy the important industries and businesses and save the people, guarantee them jobs, provide for them. He printed money, put on regulations, guaranteed jobs, and protected the economy. A free lunch, if you will, not to speak of breakfast, dinner, and afternoon tea. You don't have to be too knowledgeable about finance and politics to know such statist policies ruined the economy. It led Argentina into a long-term downward spiral. I wish politicians could order economies to create and protect jobs and make money grow on trees, but unfortunately, the world doesn't work that way. It didn't work for King Canute to order the ocean to roll back, and it doesn't work for a politician to protect jobs and an economy from the world's ceaseless change. Perhaps it will work for a short time, until the next election, say, but never long-term. In the late 80s, the Argentines had bouts of 20,000% inflation. The currency collapsed. If Americans think a mountain of debt is hard to live with, wait till they go through a collapsing currency. Just read about Argentina, Zaire, Russia, and Germany during hyperinflation. If something's not done, and done quickly, the same thing is likely to happen in the United States. Argentina suffered during the Great Depression. Unlike many countries, however, World War II didn't bail it out. Juan Perón offered to save his people, who were not as rich and glorious as they used to be. Which is probably what will happen in the U.S., too. Somebody will come along and save us. Another Roosevelt. Another false savior who will gather all the votes. Our mythology says Roosevelt saved America, but most don't realize that in 1940 unemployment here was still 16%, a situation that wasn't corrected until World War II broke out. Not only was the former Argentine political establishment discredited, but so were the generals. If the military launched a coup in Argentina today, it wouldn't be successful because the people wouldn't allow it. I liked what I saw. The country seemed to have learned its lesson. The public had learned what we in the States have yet to learn, That even if the government hands it to you, there is no free lunch, that everything has to be paid for, now or eventually. Now interested in investing here, I asked these officials if they thought the government or the country would go back to the old ways. "I can understand why you're so suspicious," said one. "Nobody knows for sure if the government means it this time. We've heard a lot of this before. But every time in the past when they put on currency controls, you can always go down to the corner and change your money." He meant, of course, on the thriving black market. "We might be talking about a lot of money. You aren't the first person who's needed to get a lot of money out of Argentina. We've been doing it for decades. I won't help you, but dozens will." In other words, he was letting me know my capital wouldn't be trapped, even if things went wrong again. I was convinced. The government had announced it was targeting 3 industries for growth: telecommunications, tourism, and mining, all 3 of which made sense for Argentina's development. Argentina would ease taxes on these 3, which, without any investment or micromanagement on the part of the government, would cause them to boom. Mining had been woefully underdeveloped because in Argentina, a landowner didn't own the mineral rights to his own land. All those people on cattle stations of 750,000 acres could not drill for oil or dig for gold or diamonds because they didn't own the rights to them. That was Perón. Of course, nothing became developed. Argentina fit my 2 basic investment criteria. 1, change was coming. I'd been in the country several weeks and could see it. And 2, investments were still dirt cheap. Money would now be thrown at these 3 industries and others, and shares would skyrocket. I wanted to buy the biggest companies because when the market started to move up, various money center institutions would be interested and create special country funds, establish local offices, buy seats on the exchange, and spread the word about Argentina throughout the world. This crowd would buy the biggest, strongest companies, bulling them up yet further. I looked over the market and bought 19 of the stocks whose industries made sense to me, companies with strong balance sheets to give me downside protection. "Oh, there it is again," cried Tabitha, grabbing my arm. She pointed to a gold necklace in the jeweler's window. She was right. It was the same necklace she'd admired in a fancy jeweler's back in Iguazu Falls. Gold with medium-sized links, the chain sported nearly 24 green, red, blue, and yellow semi-precious stones in a clean, modern design. We went in and she tried it on again. Her birthday was coming up in December, and I wanted very much to make her happy. Hoping to surprise her, I snuck back around to the jeweler's that afternoon and bought the necklace. Back on the street in the sun, I asked myself how the hell I was going to get it back home. I didn't want to carry it across the remaining 15 borders where repeated searches were likely to expose it to her view. Since I didn't trust the Argentine post office, I arranged for a courier. We were now 5,000 miles away from the United States, and began to plot our way homeward. We knew we'd covered the easiest part of South America, that north of us in many countries including Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and Brazil were a cholera epidemic, civil wars, bandits, bad roads, drug dealers, and greedy policemen and guards. Unlike crossing the United States, where you can huddle with a guide from AAA and receive accurate information about routes and hazards, we had to piece the situation together from a variety of sources. Not the least problem was finding maps. 2 routes presented themselves, up the East Coast or up the West Coast. Most of the East Coast was taken up by Brazil. The route west would allow us to see Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia, a real cross-section of South American cultures. In addition, I wanted to see the economies of these countries, for I wanted to invest in several, even though this route also led us through guerrillas, drug wars, bandits, and epidemics. Everybody knew about the Pan American Highway, but the local touring clubs knew little about any other route. The Brazilian Automobile Association in Iguazu Falls had one map of the country, which I induced them to sell to us, but they knew nothing of how to drive through Brazil to such exotic far north locales as Colombia and Mexico. This ignorance of travel conditions is precisely what you can expect in most parts of the world. With little more intelligence than this, we decided to head west to Santiago and make the rest of the trip up the west coast. I also hoped to visit Easter Island, Machu Picchu, and the Galapagos Islands, sites I'd long read about and was eager to see. It would have been difficult to get to these sites from Brazil. On the other hand, we were very worried about the Shining Path, Marxist guerrillas who seemed to be increasing their attacks against anything and anyone connected to Peru's establishment. We decided to stop at every Peruvian consulate along the way to check on the insurrection's progress. We could always turn into Brazil if the war got too hot in Peru. Finally, after 7 weeks, it was time to leave Argentina for Uruguay, something we hated doing since we loved the ambiance, people, and vibrancy of Buenos Aires. Montevideo certainly lived up to its reputation as the Switzerland of South America. A huge number of foreign banks were here, including Swiss, Dutch, and German. One reason tiny Uruguay, with only 3 million people, still existed was because the establishments of Brazil and Argentina wanted it here. They needed it. Everybody in South America needed a haven for money, just as European countries all needed Switzerland. Once Uruguay had lost all its money after the cattle boom collapsed, it had adapted by becoming the place its giant neighbors could stash their money. Its neighbors voted with suitcases full of cash to keep Uruguay in business as Latin American countries kept imposing currency controls. Today, enforcing the controls is becoming harder and harder to accomplish because of low-priced airfares, increased travel, wire transfers, and various other ways of circumventing them. And are governments today going to destroy international trade? Put on exchange controls, and I might just buy Swiss watches with dollars and sell the watches in Germany for marks, which I might leave in Munich. With global trade booming, and with governments acknowledging their country's need for it, it is going to be much more difficult than in the past to control currencies. Uruguay filled a basic human need, a place where people could protect their hard-won assets. If the country didn't exist, South Americans would have invented another to hide their cash from their confiscatory governments. Perhaps with the easing of restrictions in South America, it wouldn't be needed as much, but Uruguay will still benefit from the boom times of its neighbors. There was virtually no stock market here. I tried to find a broker to buy me some issues, but several balked, as the market was inactive and no one bothered with shares. All this whetted my appetite, made me want them all the more. Eventually I found a willing broker and started buying. We drove through central Uruguay and were delighted by the country. We would cross the continent by re-entering Argentina and driving to Santiago. We passed through a rolling landscape and isolated but friendly towns. Plenty of sheep. No one here had ever seen the likes of us, a couple of Americans on German motorcycles. A continuing parade of old vehicles rolled by, many from the 20s, bought new in palmier days and maintained till now since no one could afford a new car. As usual, a few days before the border crossing, we looked at the maps and doped out where to cross. Americans, used to traveling to Mexico and Canada, think one border entry is much like another, in that a country's central bureaucracy issues orders and the guards obey them. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Border crossings differ enormously, and we spent lots of time asking other travelers about their experiences and consulting guidebooks for the best places to cross. We always wanted frequently traveled crossings, where holdups would engender complaints from many travelers and where the guards had plenty of experience with foreign vehicles and carnets. To leave Uruguay and re-enter Argentina, we picked the crossing at Colón, which the guidebook said was easy. Normally we budgeted a day for crossings, but as we had been weeks in Argentina, we arrived just after noon, figuring to spend the night across the border in Colón. "Wait a minute," said the guard. "Both these carnets are in the same name. A single person can't be driving 2 motorcycles. No, I said. These are my carnets, and these are both my motorcycles. This is my wife, and we're traveling around the world. From the stamps you can see we've been through all these other countries. He gave me the look of a country bumpkin who knew when a city slicker was having one on him. Senor Rogers, you can't be driving 2 vehicles, can you? She has to have permission to drive your vehicle. Well, she has permission. I'm standing right here, and I give it to her. No, we must have it in writing. Okay, I'll write it down. No, you must have special permission, notarized by the embassy. It has to be written up in 4 copies with the ambassador's signature. What are you talking about? I said, my patience evaporating. We've already been in Argentina. We've already brought those vehicles into the country once. We've driven through Argentina's entire length, been here 7 weeks, and there was no problem. As I pointed out the stamps of his own agency back in Buenos Aires, I remembered that the country had a long history of its people being desperate for bribes. Indeed, when we flew the bikes in, we went through a mind-numbing amount of paperwork, making me reflect on how regulations were stifling trade here. Isn't there some sort of special fee we can pay to settle this? In my experience, this was the best phrasing to use to see if bribery was the object. While I detest bribes, I wasn't going to let a few bucks delay us for days. He wouldn't bend. I asked to see the head man. With pompous, weary shakes of his head, Corporal Mendez agreed with his minion. We had to have such permission throughout the world. The world? I said. I've been around the world. I've been in 40 countries, including yours, and never needed it. Well, everywhere in Latin America, certainly. I've been in Uruguay, and I've been in your own country, and I didn't need it. Despite an hour of argument, Corporal Mendez wouldn't give in. There was an Argentine consulate back in Paysandú, he said, back in Uruguay, where I might obtain the documentation that would satisfy them. As we cranked up our bikes, Tabitha said, Jim, it's Sunday. Are consulates open on Sundays? God knows. Let's go see. Through a miracle, it was open. That day was election day in Argentina, and since its citizens by law had to vote, the consulate was open so expatriates could cast their ballots. We found a young consul general, Ralph Santos, who had been in fancy capitals around the world, obviously a youthful comer in the diplomatic trade. Along with his 8-year-old daughter, Juanita, he was in the consulate for the afternoon to help out with the election. He was in this hick post for a couple of years, so his and his wife's parents, just over the border, could see their grandchildren while they were still children. In small talk, we learned he was quite a dynamic guy, bringing art shows to the consulate and doing everything he could to promote international relations. As this was a small consulate, he had all sorts of duties. For instance, when Argentines were killed in traffic accidents, mainly from rushing to and from Brazil, he had to return to Argentina to buy coffins because those in Uruguay, wood only instead of wood and lead, didn't pass the Argentine health code. Even the coffin makers in Argentina had a strong guild. We've had constant complaints about that crossing, he told us in better English than mine. Let's go there. I have no direct command over them, but theoretically they report to our service. With Juanita perched on the front seat, our new friend drove his car to the border. We followed on our motorcycles. He argued strenuously with the guards, but it didn't help. I don't want to lose my job, said Corporal Mendez. Outside, Ralph said, My wife and I even came out here and cooked a big Christmas dinner for these fellows, trying to make friends with them. What do we do? I asked. You need a notarized permission, he said, which means finding a magistrate on Sunday to certify the papers. We asked for his help. First, we had to find a lawyer, he said, because it wasn't enough for a mere mortal like me to write out permission by hand and in English. It had to be in Spanish, it had to be phrased right, it had to be typed, and it had to be properly sealed and stamped by an officer of the law. Ralph made some calls. He found a magistrate lawyer a half-hour's drive away who was willing to give up part of his Sunday afternoon for a fee. In the magistrate's home office, we gave him all the necessary information: passport numbers, vehicle numbers, carnet numbers, every number we could come up with. Covering all bases, I even had Tabitha give me permission to drive both vehicles. I wanted extra copies in case we ran into this north of here. Every copy had to be stamped and sealed. It wound up costing a few $100s. A couple of hours later, we returned with Rolf and proudly handed Corporal Mendez our shiny new documents. He scrutinized them as well as our registrations, licenses, passports, and carnets. Thank God I hadn't brought that gold necklace. I'd never have gotten it through this inspection without Tabitha seeing it. "We can't stamp these carnet things," Corporal Mendez said at last. In the ensuing argument, it became clear he didn't know what a carnet was. This border crossing was so out of the way, and Corporal Mendez and his detail so ill-trained, that they had never seen one. So much for guidebooks. We explained several times, as did their own consul general, that it was no skin off his country's back if he stamped the carnet saying our vehicles had entered his country. In fact, his country would make hundreds of thousands of pesos if we left without having our carnets restamped. Argentina would automatically apply to the Royal Automobile Club in Great Britain and receive the full amount of the vehicle's import duties from our failure. Nobody can go around the world in any sort of vehicle without a carnet de passage en douane. Imagine having to post $20,000 in dinars on entering Algeria to guarantee that you don't sell your motorcycle while you're there. At the other side of Algeria, you would receive your 200,000 dinars back, maybe. Or it might take weeks, months, or years for the bureaucracy to get around to sending you a check. In dinars, of course. Travelers' stories were full of bonds posted that had never been returned. Meanwhile, how would you deal with Niger, with Nigeria, Zaire, and Botswana? "I don't care if Argentina gets millions of pesos," said Corporal Mendez. "I care about my job." After Rolf worked him over again, he said, "Senor, here is a form I have to fill out saying a vehicle came in the country. Now if I stamp this carnet document too, I will now have certified the vehicle has come into the country twice." Incredulous, I pointed out that it didn't mean that at all. "And so what?" I added. "It's simply two different forms for one event." Corporal Mendez gave me the look in adult reserves for a child who has asked a particularly dumb question. "Senor, it is only one vehicle." Fuming, I considered simply having him stamp his form and our entering Argentina with it alone, but I was worried about getting stopped inside the country or upon leaving it. He didn't know about carnets, but the next dozen policemen might. And, too, perhaps Corporal Mendez was playing a far deeper game. Let us in on his form, call a cop friend down the road, have us stopped without a carnet, and between the two of them, share a really big bribe. Finally, Rolf called up the guard's boss, head of Customs and Immigration, at his home, this on a Sunday night. Pull counted for something. Senor Sanchez would see us. Leaving Tabitha to look after the bikes and gear, I piled into Rolf's car and we drove into Cologne. First, we had to apologize for bothering Senor Sanchez on a Sunday night, then we had to sit and talk. Bone-tired, I had to show him our map of the world and tell a few spirited stories about our adventures. I met his wife and children. As the Latin American small talk wound on, I was beside myself, impatient and barely containing it, aching to be in a hotel room in this wretched city. Rolf explained he had been posted in many world capitals and had never had a problem like this. Mr. Rogers here, a learned professor, had been around the world and had never had such a problem either. In a delicate fashion, he suggested that Argentina might appear a touch backward and a laughingstock if this weren't handled right. Finally, I pulled out the carnets. It was immediately clear to Rolf and me that Senor Sanchez, too, didn't know what a carnet was. I supposed when Uruguayans went into Argentina, They filled out the local form at the crossing, and that was enough. Finally, Rolf came up with an idea to handle the 2 documents, 1 vehicle problem. Why didn't the guards simply staple the 2 papers together? I almost groaned at the stupidity of the suggestion, but Senor Sanchez thought this was an exceptional idea. He wrote a letter instructing his people to do just this, in essence to make 2 pieces of paper into a single form. After much handshaking and mutual good wishes, we drove back to the crossing. By now, it was nearly 10 o'clock. I didn't think anything was going to work. Staple 2 pieces of paper into one? Didn't there have to be a wax stamp sealing the 2 together? A notarized cover letter in high-flown Spanish from an officer of the court describing the procedure? How many more hours, how many more hundreds of dollars would that take? What worked were instructions from the boss. The documents were stapled together by Corporal Mendez in jig time, and the 10-hour international snafu was over. Outside the guard station, Tabitha and I swore undying devotion to Rolf, exchanged addresses, and invited him to stay with us when he was next in New York. As commemorative gifts, we had brought along a few Susan B. Anthony dollars. We gave him 1 each for his 2 daughters, his wife, and himself. We arrived at the hotel in Cologne at midnight, and a bed has rarely felt as good. Chapter 30. Chile and Easter Island. Coming out of Argentina toward Chile, the Andes rose in the distance, 60 or 70 miles away. Around us, across the pampas, stretched huge vineyards. As we drove into the mountains, the temperature dropped. Every 200 or 300 yards stood depth rods, 4 yards high, marked to show how deep the snow was. Around 6,000 feet it began to snow, but we kept going, afraid we would become snowed in. We arrived at Puente del Inca at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I was torn, wanting to go on, feeling we should continue so as to get through what might be a blizzard, yet wanting to spend the night in the Andes. By now we were nearly 10,000 feet high, and there were ski lodges along the road. We found a delightful place to spend the night, so if we were snowed in, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. At the hotel, they told us we didn't have to worry, the roads would be cleared. We'd be able to travel even if a blizzard hit. The next day was a beautiful sunny day, and we drove along the top of the world. At least that was what it felt like, more than 10,000 feet up, with the sun and air and snow on the mountains crystal clear. We happened to cross the Andes not as a struggle, but as an exhilarating experience. So we were on top of the world in 2 ways, high up and relieved it wasn't like Siberia or the Sahara. It turned out to be one of our great rides, as easy as driving across the mountains in the summer. As we zoomed along, we learned to be careful of shadows, as these often contained patches of ice. I wore my electric vest, and Tabitha turned on her heated handlebars. With the frigid air blowing around us, these were important, providing life-saving warmth and psychological comfort. Something else that kept up our energy and concentration were hard candies, feeding us minute hits of sugar to keep up our metabolism and our attentiveness. Finally, we left Argentina, which took 2 minutes in the guard post instead of the 10 hours it had taken to enter. And you guessed it, no one there or ever after asked to see our permission papers. We were now in no man's land, the several miles between the Argentine and Chilean border posts. When I was a kid, I thought border posts were always back-to-back, that as soon as you left the States, you were obliged to deal with the Canadians or the Mexicans. In many parts of the world, there are miles between posts, with only an isolated sign saying you've crossed the border. Governments don't want to maintain posts in extremely remote areas. Guards don't want to work there, and in the desert or the mountains, there might not be water. People leaving Argentina could go only one way, along this road, which led right into the Chilean border post, a few miles away. We took advantage of this extended no-man's land to change our license plates. We had new plates and new numbers to replace our out-of-date registrations from the States, and we had to get new carnets. Just as we had done in North Africa, we had a local shop make up new plates with the correct numbers, and naturally they were in the Argentine colors. As we had several more war zones to go through, we didn't want to be easily recognized as Americans. Since we had to make our carnets conform coming in and going out with the same registrations and plates, it made sense to change them between borders. This is an example of the sort of thinking we had to do, planning ahead, thinking through the details of each step. I'd heard a lot about the new Chile, the Chilean miracle, and I was eager to see some of it. My first tip-off that the Chileans were running a tight ship was the border crossing. They seemed only to want to make sure that we weren't bringing in any diseases on fruits or vegetables. I didn't like the holdup, but at least preventing plant disease was a legitimate interest of Chile's, since agriculture is its major industry. The border crossing reminded me of the necklace. Had it made it to New York? I kept reminding myself to ask Judd to see if the package had arrived, but I kept forgetting to do so. Several miles inside the border, we were whizzing along, mountain peaks and snow on both sides, when we hit a flat stretch, one well-paved and bare of snow. Without warning, we came across a long patch of snow, several inches deep. Several bulldozers were plowing the road, bearing down on us. We inched forward, careful not to allow our wheels to slip. As usual, Tabitha was in front. To my horror, 2 bulldozers drew up on either side of her, closing together toward her bike. I yelled. Either they didn't see her or were playing a bizarre game of tag. I shouted a warning. She turned to one and then the other and cursed the drivers, raising her fist, her helmet snapping back and forth from bulldozers to the patches of ice on the slippery road. If she lost her nerve and skidded, she'd be under the clanking iron treads of these behemoths. She shot free, sliding and skidding, and pulled away. 100 yards farther, she pulled over and turned and gave them hell in English, both fists raised and shaking with fury, berating them for almost killing her. I was overwhelmed with relief, pride, triumph, and adoration. I immediately understood the delight she'd felt that night we'd finally made it to Istanbul. An extraordinary heroine, my partner. In Santiago, we saw at once that this was indeed the most prosperous country in South America. Everybody in Chile noticed the difference between this economy and that of his neighbors. In fact, between Chile now and the Chile of 20 years before, when it had been a basket case. Here was a currency that was even appreciating against the dollar. I grabbed one of the last seats on the weekly flight to Easter Island. Wanting to rest and shop, Tabitha stayed behind. While I was gone, she would do what she could to find a clutch cable and some chart books I needed. That check for stock purchases still hadn't arrived in New Zealand. She would cancel it and send a replacement to New York. Easter Island is a triangular island of about 65 square miles, formed by 3 volcanoes that stand extinct in each corner. Lakes lie in the centers of the volcanoes, surrounded by rolling grass and volcanic soil broken by frozen lava flows. I wondered how its original inhabitants had gotten here. 2,300 miles from Chile, 8,000 miles from any Asian landmass, and 1,300 miles east of Pitcairn Island, its nearest neighbor. Of course, the astounding thing about Easter Island is its giant heads, the moai. 1,000 or so in number, carved in nearly identical styles from volcanic rock, many weigh 20 tons and stand 10 to 20 feet high. The largest weighs 90 tons and rises 32 feet. The chief difference is between those carved with short ears and those with long. Majestic and disturbing, scrutinizing with brooding and disdainful expressions, these stone heads, standing on giant ahu, or altars, have been a mystery since the island was first encountered by Europeans in 1722. A few thousand surviving islanders lived in thatched huts and scratched out a living from the sparse plant life. They were demoralized by years of internal strife. War and cannibalism were common, perhaps an outgrowth of earlier population pressures and a shortage of protein. They didn't even remember the stories behind the moai. Who built these heads, and why did they build so many? How were they transported miles to their perches overlooking the sea? How were such heavy monoliths stood upright? And how were the red topknots, separate stone carvings of red scoria weighing as much as 12 tons, raised onto the moai? How had an island 2,300 miles from the South American mainland become peopled? The ancient stonework in Bolivia and other South American countries so resembles the moai and ahu that I am convinced that the islanders must have come from there, not Asia or the Polynesian islands. Periodically, earthquakes in South America produce tidal waves reaching all the way to the island. My guess is that a tribe of South Americans on a sailing expedition, maybe trying to escape the aftershocks of an earthquake, were caught by one of those giant waves and driven the necessary 2,300 miles to their new home. The largest platform of all had supported 15 massive moai. As late as 1960, it was still in pretty good shape, but a tidal wave has since scattered it beyond recognition. Near one volcano were the ruins of a sizable town, but all that was left were scattered rocks giving no clue as to why the carving had stopped. Scientists estimate, as they did with the Sahara, that hundreds of years before, the island had been covered with trees and denser plant life. This is on a par with the mystery of how the pyramids were built. Scientists calculate that to carve, transport, and raise paro, the 90-ton moai that is the largest example of these stone carvers' art, took approximately 23,000 man-days, nearly 75 man-years. And paro is only one of 1,000 such monuments. If the completion of an average moai took a third of this time and 1,000 were carved, then this tiny island devoted 25,000 man-years to sculpture. And how long had it taken to carve the ahu and the red topknots? 300 moai had been in the midst of being carved in place in the side of Ramo Ruraka, the mountain from which the heads were produced, when the carvers had suddenly stopped, their work now frozen in both its early and late stages. When finished, these moai would have been severed at the back and moved down the mountain, sometimes 15 miles away, where they would have been erected on stone ahu built for the purpose. A few finished statues had even been on their way down the slope. As these moai in the quarry and on the way down hadn't yet had their eyes carved, they were called the blind giants. Archaeologists wondered if the eyes would have been carved only after the moai had been placed facing the sea, at last enabling them to see. I figured the people who carved the heads must have entered a period of great prosperity, because at one point they were making a lot of them. To my eye, it looked like a bull market that had gotten out of control. After all, a poor society cannot develop such extensive art. Somehow, this tiny island piled up enough of what here counted as capital to afford what, for the size of its population, must have been one of the largest art projects ever constructed. The question remains, how many people can prosper on a 65-square-mile island? As the boom expanded, the heads became even bigger. In the quarry where they were produced, some were twice the size of the finished ones, a full 21 yards long. I guessed the market had become saturated when carving had stopped for an unknown reason. Was it famine, earthquake, tidal wave, epidemic, civil war? The ancient stories had it that this once glorious civilization had been reduced to a primitive state by a war to the death between the island's two factions, one tribe called the Long Ears, the other the Short Ears. Armageddon in a compass of 6.5 by 10 miles with no exit, and today no one even remembers why. Madness. One more absurd war. Yet another Saturday night brawl at the bar between power-drunk pugiliaries prepared to ruin not only their own lives, but also those of their families and friends. In a few hundred years, nothing of all of this will be left, just as other wonders of the world have disappeared. In Santiago, I saw that Chile was not only a perfect lab for the war between statist and capitalist ideas, but that the experiment was almost complete. After a good deal of socialist mismanagement, Chile was completing one of the world's most profound economic transformations, its economy roaring, its exports soaring. It had been the first South American nation to undertake deep structural reforms. After 15 years of efforts, it was reaping huge benefits. Salvador Allende's Marxist government ruled Chile from 1970 to 1973. His statist regime was marked by four-digit inflation and daily demonstrations against shortages of basic necessities. In this economic debacle, Chile lost many years of work. If ever a country was behind the economic eight ball, seemingly doomed forever to Zairian-type poverty, Chile was it. In 1973, Allende was overthrown in a bloody military coup. General Augusto Pinochet returned 600 expropriated companies to their former owners, privatizing part of the public sector. His 17-year rule was marked by massive human rights violations, including 2,000 to 3,000 deaths and disappearances. In 1976, his government implemented free market reforms, established a sound money policy, and raised interest rates. Whenever a fiscally unsound household, company, or economy faces reality and bites the bullet, the initial stages are always terribly painful, as these steps were. This was part of Chile's process of recovering from decades of statist mismanagement. Overseas goods became cheaper, and Chile's more expensive. Now domestic producers had to learn to compete or fail. By as late as 1982, Chile's GDP had fallen 14%. Many inefficient companies went bankrupt, a necessary part of making a country more competitive. In spite of making some mistakes, the finance minister instigated a number of sound policies that worked for the economy's good. State enterprises were sold off. The government lowered import tariffs and deregulated the economy. Companies were forced to compete globally or die. The government replaced the state social security system with obligatory individual retirement accounts, a savings plan used in parts of Asia for decades with excellent results to create investment capital. State subsidies to private businesses were eliminated. Interest rates were allowed to be set by the market, not the government, and wages were set by the supply of labor. The results of these 15 years of tough economic decisions have been significant. Exports have zoomed from $4 billion in 1985 to $10 billion today. The GDP has grown at 6.5% annually since 1984, and since the 90s, it has grown by 10%. The government has run a surplus since 1990 while increasing expenditures on health, education, and housing. Inflation has been controlled, and the GDP doubled to $36 billion in 2 decades. Unemployment has fallen from 20% in 1982 to 4.8% today. Per capita income has neared $3,000, on a par with that of Korea and Portugal. Chile has even run a trade surplus with Japan, its leading trade partner. The country had become the engine, the model, of South American growth. Very important, the political parties, the unions, the military, the church, the universities, and the entrepreneurial sector all had a stake in the new democratic system. It has become respectable to be a businessman, to own property, to build a company, to create jobs, even to acquire wealth. We saw prosperity everywhere. American companies such as Procter & Gamble, PepsiCo, Pizza Hut, and Kentucky Fried Chicken were making large investments. Au Bon Pain and Baskin-Robbins, 2 specialty food retailers, were planning to open outlets. Chilean businessmen were making investments in nearby countries. But it wasn't only the rich and managerial class who were benefiting. Telephones were now easily available, something that never happens under communism, and malls with inexpensive items for workers were opening. Chile might become South America's first developed country without the benefit of socialist, communist, International Monetary Fund, or United Nations planners. This has happened because the government stopped being a drag on the economy got out of the way and allowed its citizens' natural desire to do better economically to be put to work. As important as what the Chileans did was the time it took to accomplish the change. Having lost many years of development from their roll in the hay with communism, the country had a lot to rebuild. Chile's was a transformation that took 15 years and might have taken many more. People everywhere want results now, but unfortunately economies aren't transformed in 2 or 3 years. In any event, Chile did it. Other statist governments in Latin America are going to have a lot of explaining to do to their citizens if their economies aren't doing as well. Naturally, this hadn't gone unobserved by Chileans, who so bid up their stock market that news of it was on every front page. While I wish I'd been here 5 years before, when I would have put money in, I don't invest when the stock market is on the front pages. I normally sell markets short at that point. Chile's growth and structural position, however, was too strong to short. The market might pull back temporarily, but I would bet that, having tasted blood, it would roar ahead for a long time. Chile is now democratic and prosperous for the first time in decades. I was further amazed that Chile had sharply reduced poverty. According to government and United Nations figures, during the past 3 years the government had reduced the ranks of the poor from 5.2 million to 4.2 million through widespread prosperity. To raise the standard of living of the poor, the Chilean government did more. It injected capital into micro companies, lending sums as small as $350 to tiny companies, such as sewing machine factories in the poorest districts. These loans enabled families to buy machines and take in piecework from overburdened factories. These micro companies, many working out of a spare bedroom, were surprisingly efficient. They employed 40% of the workforce and 80% of the country's very poor. In the United States, as you might expect in a country becoming more statist every day, it's illegal to farm out piecework so women can care for their children and simultaneously earn money. Better for them to be on welfare or find a job taking them away from their children. The cant is that these women have to be protected for their own good from making a voluntary arrangement with evil factory owners who will mysteriously take advantage of them. The truth is that the unions have rammed through a law protecting their factory jobs and that they have effective lobbyists to make sure the law stays on the books. Otherwise, the unions won't vote for the lawmakers. Women with children have no union, lobbyists, or block vote. In addition, the Chilean government grants scholarships to thousands of students to keep them in school, paying for books, meals, transportation, and prizes such as bicycles for those who excel. As well, it has work-study programs, subsidizing employers to employ students and give them on-the-job training at a small salary. When it started, many thought the kids wouldn't be interested, but this program quickly became oversubscribed. Although prosperous Santiago is lively, it isn't Buenos Aires. Smog is heavy, even though strict laws keep some cars off the streets every day. Normally, I would call my New York office in the afternoon. One day I called at an odd hour to check on a late shipment. Judd wasn't there. In his stead was a temporary bookkeeper, Sally. This puzzled me. Judd hadn't said he had hired anyone to do his work. "How should I handle this $8,000 transfer to Judd?" Sally asked. "What $8,000 transfer?" I asked. "And what do I do about the $50,000 loan he's moving out of your brokerage account?" "What the hell are you talking about?" "You don't have to shout, Mr. Rogers. I can hear you perfectly fine." Calmly, I explained, "I've never agreed to loan Judd any money." Thoroughly alarmed, I called Barbara Robinson at Debevoise and Plimpton, my lawyers in New York. "Great connection," she said, "but slow down." I briefed her. "I could go right over," she said. "Please." "Does he know we'd be coming?" "No, I've never even met him. Maybe you'd better bring a guard or something, too." "Right away," she promised. "Give me your number. I'll have them call you down there once they reach your office." I paced around the small hotel room. $50,000 loan. What else was missing? All those excuses about shipping services, about their losing packages in Miami, about their mixing things up. The little things in his reports that hadn't dovetailed. What was going on? Had he loaned himself more? He couldn't take money out of my brokerage accounts. Could he? How clever was he? He didn't have signatory power over them, but suppose he'd forged my signature. I might win in a court battle with brokerage firms, but not without a long fight with their insurance companies. I would not only be deprived of my money, but whatever foolish investments he made might be locked in place. Even now they could be declining. Here I'd been meandering around the world, supposing myself well heeled enough to afford a couple years away, and this kid, my God, an employee of mine whom I'd never met, might have bankrupted me. What had I done? How could I have been so stupid? This was the kind of elementary mistake I sneered at others for making. Not only was the trip ruined, I might be ruined. I would have to cut everything short and fly us and the bikes back to New York to straighten out this mess. The phone rang. "Jim?" said Barbara. "I'm in your office. What would you like me to do? What's going on? How much is he taken? Where is he? Slow down. One thing at a time. I'm just not sure what to do now. Is he there?" "No, the bookkeeper says he's taking flying lessons today." Flying lessons? He was supposed to be working for me full time. Was he going to fly to Mexico or the South Pacific on my money? With my money? "Jim, are you there?" What would I like her to do? It wasn't the stereo or air conditioner I was worried about. How could Barbara figure out if something was missing? "The books," I said. "Go over them and see if there are suspicious transactions. This $50,000 loan is a good example. See if Judd loaned himself any more money. See if there are any loans to him at all, as there shouldn't be." Quizzed about unusual transactions, Sally said she hadn't understood how I'd bought stereo equipment on Long Island with a credit card when I was in South America. "This place is a mess," Barbara reported an hour or so later. "Stuff heaped on the desk, papers, bills, and files in disorderly piles. Very little filed. We have no idea what's been paid and what hasn't. Has Judd come back? No. There are a couple of checks here made out to a New Zealand broker. What should we do with them?" He had had the missing check all along? He hadn't mailed off the second check? What was he planning? Some scam to make off with my funds? "I want him fired," I said, "and I want that office sealed so he can't get in. Have someone call that credit card company and make sure I'm not responsible for whatever he's run up. Get an accountant in to go over the books to see what's missing." I was as agitated by this as about anything on the trip. I knew where the bulk of my assets were, and he surely couldn't make withdrawals without my authority. Could he? The brokers had clear instructions about this. Surely the worst was that the phone would get turned off, one of our credit cards would get shut down. Wasn't it? Was I broke? Would I have to go back to work? I set out with a grim face to enjoy the local sights. There didn't seem to be any more I could do for a day or two, so I would enjoy my stay here, if it killed me. Barbara discovered that Judd had been trying to shift $50,000 from one of my brokerage accounts to a particular bank account over which I'd given him power of attorney. Judd finally showed up. They fired him and sent him a certified letter. Bills and papers were in piles everywhere, records were in chaos, and God knew what was paid or not. It was a horrible mess, she said, and it was essential that I fly home right away. Yes, she had changed the office lock. Yes, she had canceled his power over any bank and brokerage accounts. Yes, she had found the package with the necklace and would put it in a safety deposit box. No, she couldn't find any more attempts at embezzlement. When was I going to be back? Sally, the temp bookkeeper, was unable to focus on much, which doubtless perfectly suited Judd's purposes. Ask her what the weather was like, and 14 minutes later you were still trying to find out. You had to grab her mind and shake it and shout, "Stop right here! Now, how is the weather today?" We needed her, though, because we needed a home base to take care of our credit card charges and cash advances. Those bills had to arrive somewhere and be paid. She knew where the checkbook was and how to find everything, so I decided to hire her full-time, do an audit, and chase Judd legally. "I'm not sure hiring her would be wise," said Barbara. "She feels guilty about turning Judd in for biting the hand that hired her." "Who's been paying her salary? It was my money. What about loyalty to me?" "No need to get excited, Jim. She's just incompetent in some matters." "What do you suggest?" "Well, we could put an associate in here." "What would you charge?" The per diem she proposed charging would be enough to send a platoon around the world. Already her bill was likely to be more than the embezzlement. All I wanted for the next 3 months was someone to answer the phone and pay the bills. Without a method for paying them, we couldn't move. Saying for the 10th time I ought to fly right up, she promised to hire Sally. I would keep trying to grab her mind during telephone conversations. Quelling my unease, I decided to push on with the trip. This was the dream of a lifetime, and interrupting it by flying back to New York would violate its spirit. We drove along the Pan Am Highway and then down to the small town of Algarobo, where we hired a private boat to take us out to a penguin colony on a small island. The boat turned out to be a skiff that I was sure was going to capsize in the chop. We were delighted to find a pelican colony and even sea lions. A private yacht club had built a sea barrier out to this island to protect its cove. This allowed predators to steal out and eat the penguins' eggs, causing their population to decline. This ride through the Andes is stunning, some of the best motorcycling in the world. At times the Pan Am runs along the sea, sometimes midway between the mountains and the sea, and other times it cuts back into the mountains and meanders along the top of a plateau. It then dips through long valleys with mountains towering on either side. The climbs into and down from the mountains are thrilling. Even the colors are out of this world. Deep emerald green grass, small bushes of dark Kelly green, except for the new growth on top, which is a bright light green. The cacti are an altogether different green, paler, yet no less intense. The Chilean Pan-American Highway is another feat of extraordinary engineering, with good pavement, banking, and drainage, despite the heights and depths. At times, as we shot through the mountains, it was terrifying to peer down into bottomless gorges. As we neared Bayanar, plant growth thinned out. According to our map, we would soon be in another desert. Along the highway were small monuments, crosses, and shrines to mark the places people had died in accidents, many more than we had seen in Argentina or the USSR. Many of these were on flat, straight surfaces. Why? Had the drivers fallen asleep? Had they been drunk? Too young or inexperienced to understand the dangers of driving? These certainly caught our eye. Perhaps we ought to erect black spots or something equivalent in the United States. Finally, we reached the desert, much of which looked as barren as the landscape on the moon. The section of Chile, 600 miles up the Pacific, is known as the Atacama Desert. The desert continues up through Peru almost to Ecuador. Sometimes it is only a few hundred yards wide, sometimes several miles. Normally, the area between the sea and the mountains, such as in California, is green and fertile, but not here. Called the driest desert in the world, there are some spots of it where rainfall hasn't been recorded for more than 400 years. So we rode through the desert, past snow-capped mountains just to our right and the Pacific Ocean just to our left. The desert, mainly red but sometimes white, constantly changed from dirt to stones to sand to boulders, and always smelled of the sea. My relationship with Tabitha had changed over the trip, as I suppose it would have with over 15 months alone together. I remembered vividly back when we were coming out of Bulgaria and the plug had fallen out of her carburetor. We'd scrounged around and found an old rubber tube, and using the miracle 3M tape, put plugs into the carburetor, which had worked. At the hotel that night she had been excited, happy, pleased, with a beautiful expression on her face. We had triumphed. We'd had a breakdown, and we'd been resourceful enough to fix it without anybody else's help. I'd been too tired or insensitive to relish the moment. A few months later in Russia, I had been amazed by the tender relationship between Igor and Valentina, the husband and wife helmet manufacturers. They had opened my eyes to the possibility of still feeling this way after a long marriage and children. Maybe there was something to the idea of true and lasting love. As we drove up the west coast of South America, I realized how much my entire feeling about Tabitha had changed, and was still changing. I found myself wildly happy to have her with me. Both of us woke up glad to be with each other, excited at how happy and delicious it was to be together. We felt triumphant that our love was deepening. I now knew I could make a lifetime commitment. I wondered if our partnership would last after the trip, or if I could find someone else with whom I could have a lifetime commitment. We decided that even though we were going through these romantic feelings here in South America, we would do nothing for 6 months after we got back, not break up and not get married. We'd been out of our world back home for a long time, over 15 months, and we would need a period of adjustment. Life on my return to the States? My adult life seemed to have been divided into 2 parts, before 1980 when I was on Wall Street, and after 1980 when I was doing a variety of things culminating in this trip. The trip marked the end of the second part of my life, and I was ready for part 3. I didn't know what that would be, but I wanted a new life, and I was ready to work at it. Chapter 31. On the Shining Path. We neared Peru, home of the Shining Path. The Shining Path was a decade-old guerrilla movement, the only Maoist guerrilla movement left in the world at the time. Chairman Gonzalo, a Peruvian academic intellectual trained in philosophy, had decided he was the world's fourth sword, the merciless successor to the 3 prior blades of Marx, Lenin, and Mao Zedong. His organization, the Shining Path, officially the Peruvian Communist Party, was going to take over Peru and then South America and lead the world into a workers' paradise. To him, every socialist regime of recent times, including Albania, North Korea, and China, had gone in the wrong direction, selling out. The true struggle was not between the Path and the army, with whom his cadres had regular shootouts, but against Peru's capitalist structures, which he was determined to destroy. His cadres threatened anyone, priests, Peace Corps volunteers, and foreign relief workers, who wasn't working through bloody revolution to improve the lot of Peru. When we were in Australia, the press was full of stories about 3 Australian nuns in Peru to minister to poor Peruvians who were gunned down by the Shining Path. The Path's logic went something like, "You nuns are supporting the state by working to make things better for the poor, so we're going to do away with you." Here in South America, the newspapers were full of stories warning of the Path's vow to kill all foreigners. It gunned down innocent travelers to kill tourism and hurt the currency in order to damage the state. And another example of the Path's ruthlessness and bizarre reasoning, a few weeks before we came through, it had captured 3 Japanese agronomists at an experimental farm 50 miles north of Lima. Its reasoning was that any foreigners working in Peru must be working for the state, because they weren't working for the Path. The Path executed the agronomists. The Japanese government pulled out its 52 agricultural engineers from Peru. The Path's 5,000 rebels were paralyzing a nation of 22 million people and an army of 120,000 soldiers. These stories naturally gave us pause. Not only were we North Americans, which I suppose to Maoist guerrillas made us worse than Australians and Japanese, and not only were we travelers, whom they had vowed to gun down, but I was what the Path's theoreticians might call an arch-capitalist, the Antichrist, a capitalist prince of darkness, at the very least a capitalist running dog. In addition to reading the press, we stopped in many Peruvian consulates along the way to ask, "All right, how is it these days? Where are they now?" Of course, the embassy officials always said the Path was under control. Consulates and embassies were being paid to say, "Come to beautiful Peru." The country sounded worse than a war zone. In a war, neutrals might have been protected by international conventions. Yet, in addition to these fanatical guerrillas, Peru was in the midst of the worst cholera epidemic of the 20th century. At the border, we went into the Peruvian consulate on the Chilean side. This was our last chance for information. If the news was bad, we would skip Peru, cross the Andes on an unpaved road, push into Brazil, and somehow drive north through hundreds of miles of Brazil's outback to Central America, none of which would be as good as driving the Pan-American Highway. We started with the easy questions, asking the consul about the highway north. "For the first 60 miles or so, it's not too good," he said. "But after that, it's fine all the way to Lima." This was a relief. Bad roads are a motorcyclist's nightmare. I asked, "Can we change money on the other side?" "Yes, of course," he said, as if I had asked something as stupid as if Peruvians wore clothes. "There's a bank right across the border." Now for the big question. "And the shining path?" He paused. "Are you sticking to the Pan-American Highway?" "Yes." He smiled. "Then you won't have any problem. The Pan Am is my country's major transportation artery. It's very much in the interest of my government to make sure the rebels don't take it over." This all made sense, so with a feeling of relief, we set out north. On the other side of the border, however, there was no bank. We asked the police for the bank, and they sent us to the next town, 10 to 15 miles down the road, where we found the vestiges of the black market. The consul was also wrong about control of the Pan-American Highway. The path attacked towns along large stretches of it. We wound up staying in one town with no electricity. The day before, the rebels, its saviors, had blown up its only generator. The hotel here was a rat hole compared with many of the other South American places in which we'd stayed. Imagining a PATH sympathizer driving by at night, seeing our foreign bikes, and spreading the word to PATH higher-ups, we found a neighbor who for $1 allowed us to store our bikes in her living room. As we drove north along the ripped-up highway and went through devastated village after village, it was clear in leaving Chile we'd left prosperity and plunged back into the third world. How the PATH expected to persuade the majority of Peruvians to follow them by blowing up generators, killing innocent nuns and tourists, destroying the economy, and holding up banks was beyond me. The PATH was led by a former professor. One would think he would have enough intellectual honesty to send a lieutenant, or even go himself, to see the economic miracle in his southern neighbor. Any honest person might wonder if maybe he'd made a mistake. Wouldn't a fearless rebel leader have enough intellectual honesty to examine the past and the present socialist economies of Peru, North Korea, Russia, and Cuba, and compare them with their democratic and free market counterparts in Chile, South Korea, Taiwan, and Botswana, to see what he could learn about helping his people? God save us from true believers, whether devoted to religious, political, or intellectual theories. In keeping with the Peruvian consul's batting average, the Pan-American Highway was in bad shape all the way to Lima. Despite the few police checkpoints, the guerrillas came and went as they damn well pleased. That consul's job was to sucker travelers into the country. More probably he was a typical bureaucrat, with no idea what he was talking about. He had succeeded in bamboozling us. We must have been his only customers for months. The shining path had done its work well. From the bottom of Peru all the way to Lima, we didn't see a single foreign license tag, whether from other continents, or Chile, Bolivia, or Argentina. Actually, we saw very little traffic. Every factory we passed had walls around its compound, big walls with guards at the corners with guns. If there weren't signs saying copper refinery or whatever, we would have thought these were prisons. At one point, the newspaper said the path had blown up 40 banks. Every bank we saw had about 15 armed guards standing around looking nervous. The huge amount of money the Peruvians were forced to spend on security was a drag on its economy. If it ever got this war behind it, Peru would become much more competitive worldwide. I wasn't sure I wanted the trip ever to end. I decided I would do it again. "Sure," said Tabitha, "but next time I'll stay home, worry, and write the checks." "I'll do it in 25 years, I said. "I'll follow the same route in the log, stay in the same hotels, and see how the world has changed." 25 years. I'd be 72, not so old, really. I'd write another book about how all the countries, people, places, and I had changed. At the end of every day, we always stopped and got gas before we checked into a hotel. One day after we filled up, I gave the attendant a credit card. Despite signs saying that the station would take them, he didn't know how to process it. Nobody had ever given him one before, so I had to go inside to see the owner. Frantic examining of manuals, a huge hassle over how to deal with this bizarre transaction. Finally, the owner discovered he couldn't charge more than $6 at a time, so I gave him 3 cards, which totally flummoxed him. This provoked another hullabaloo, with the owner calling 3 separate banks to make sure this wasn't a North American scam at his expense. Impatient and hopping from foot to foot, I was in there quite a while. Tabitha was outside watching the bikes. A truck pulled up and 5 guys piled out, all with AK-47s, the revolutionary weapon of choice. Since they weren't in military uniforms, she knew at once it was the path. As they filled up the truck, a guy cradling an AK-47 drifted over and started flirting with her. Tabitha leaned over to wipe off her Argentinian tag and immediately formulated another essential rule for traveling around the world. If a guy with an AK-47 flirts with you, flirt back. Don't say, "mind your manners," or "don't be fresh." Giggle and laugh. She flashed her wedding band and said her husband, her big husband, was inside. All the while she laughed at his jokes. His chums filled up with gas and paid the attendant with cash, as the path didn't issue company credit cards. Finally, the AK-47 asked, "Which way are you going?" She giggled again and asked, "Which way are you going?" "South." She looked disappointed. "We're going north. It's too bad." When I came out, the tail of the truck was rounding the corner. She was white with terror. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Thank God you took so long," she said, and told me the story. "I had to show the owner—" I stopped short. Had my life been saved by the slow processing of a credit card? "Let's get out of here." She shivered. "Nothing I want more." Lima had once been the capital of the vast viceroyalty of Peru, which included Ecuador, Colombia, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, as well as Peru itself. During the 16th, 17th, and early 18th centuries, it had been a city of wealth and luxury that no others in the Americas could rival. For several centuries, when Europeans thought of America, they thought of Mexico City or Lima. I have mixed feelings about the development of the Spanish Empire in America. Somebody eventually was going to discover these 2 continents, which would lead to their integration with the rest of the world. This was good. Unfortunately, the conquistadors were not the noble explorers about whom we read in school. They were thugs. Like the Huns sacking Rome, they destroyed the 1,000-year-old civilization they encountered, giving no thought to the cultural treasures they pillaged. They melted down tens of thousands of priceless gold artifacts and shipped the ingots back to the motherland to swell that country's war chests. Sanctioned by their clergy, the conquistadors didn't view their behavior toward the indigenas, the native South Americans, as subject to the rules of God or decency. They were a subhuman species on whom committing any atrocity was justified. The first Spaniards, only a few hundred strong, were able to prevail against tens of thousands of Incas because they were in a fierce civil war. Pizarro used treachery to capture the Inca emperor. The Incas paid a huge ransom in gold for his return, but Pizarro slaughtered him anyway. Pizarro and his men kept some of the gold, but sent much of it back to King Charles. The news of this treasure attracted thousands more Spanish thugs to descend on the New World for their share of the booty. Later, the Spanish viceroy, who had been granted virtually unlimited authority over his domain, handed out land and labor in the form of the native Indians to colonialists. The Pope's gift of America to the Spanish crown was justified by the king's mission to convert the heathen indigenous to Christianity. The system became disguised slavery, as adult male members of the tribes were forced to work for the Spanish for certain periods a year for a tiny wage. Founded in 1535, Lima was almost completely destroyed by an earthquake in 1746. It is now South America's fourth largest city, its population about 5 million. Though it is surrounded by endless shanty towns filled with mountain people who've come for work, the center itself is quite compact. While parts of its center retain a colonial flavor, and the Plaza de Armas is impressive, much of the surrounding area is dirty, decayed, and strewn with litter. Only in the richer suburbs of Miraflores and San Isidro, and along the Paseo de la República, in the center, is any effort made to plant trees and tend gardens. In years past, Peru was more hamstrung by regulations than Argentina, which is saying a lot. If a businessman followed the rules and didn't set up his business on the underground economy, it took 9 years to obtain a license. It even took several years just to buy a house. The government had finally started eliminating all this red tape. We saw budding entrepreneurs everywhere, in stores and countless street stalls. For sheer bustle and activity, Peru was rivaling China, the Middle East, and Africa. This shouldn't be a surprise. It happens everywhere in the world once a government stands aside. Governments often think the method to get an economy moving is to give large businesses incentives or to cap prices. But the real way is to give the ordinary citizen a chance to jump in, to stop meddling with voluntary transactions, as they say in medicine, to do no harm. Peru excited me. Once the richest country in all the Americas, it had been in a bear market for 200 years. To the 17th century Spanish, everything north of Mexico had been on a par with how we think of northern Canada today, a vast, undeveloped scrubland. Not only had there been gold in the viceroyalty of Peru, but the Spanish had discovered Potosi, a mountain of pure silver that at today's prices might fetch $200 billion. Peru had enjoyed a silver boom on a par with that of the Saudi royal family and the Sultan of Brunei with their oil and gas wealth. For a while, everything is for a while, Lima was the richest city in the world. The people here live on another level from the rest of the world, wrote a Spanish chronicler, and the getting and spending of money is a fever that burns and possesses the whole population. They always go in cloth of gold and silver or in scarlet silk. In general, they eat and cook off silver plate. To this day you can see the ancient wealth in Peru's leftover deteriorating architecture. After viewing so many Peruvian cathedrals, altars of gold, fancy coaches, and lavish homes, I was staggered at the unproductive ways the wealth had been spent. No wonder the Spanish Empire hadn't sustained itself. Someday Lima will be an exciting city again. When we were there, prices were terribly depressed by the shining path, decades of government mismanagement, and the cholera epidemic. But I saw that the new government was removing the decades-old bonds that had been strangling the country. If I were right, that the turning point was near and prosperity would return, then a higher percentage would be made here off shares than almost anywhere else. I figured the path was far better at PR than fighting. It had little chance to bring down the government. This was nowhere near the successful revolution Fidel Castro's had been. So, the Antichrist invested a small amount in shoring up Peru's capitalist structure against the depredations of the Marxist-Leninist toads. "They called from Queens about changing your skydiving lessons," said Sally, the temp bookkeeper on one of my calls to New York. "Sally, I'm not taking skydiving lessons. I'm in Lima, Peru, South America." I wondered about that, she said. You're sure you haven't been to Queens in the past few weeks? I sighed. No. Why? I know this is complicated, Mr. Rogers. It makes me nervous. Sally, what skydiving lessons? Thank you. The woman said it had been charged to your MasterCard. She wanted to know since you hadn't made it if you'd like to come another time. Judd. He's done it again. What's the credit card number? We checked, and it wasn't a number on any of my cards. He must have sent in one of those pre-approved applications with his address. I dragged Barbara Robinson, my lawyer, back in. On the card were $10,000 in charges, and every now and then $1,000 or so had been paid to keep it in good standing. Not knowing what else he might have taken, Barbara recommended canceling all the old cards and starting fresh. That seemed like a wonderful idea, till I had to resuscitate them in Lima. From Lima, there was no direct dial. The hotel operator became snippy because I was making so many calls to New York. Despite my paying the hotel an extra $1 just to pick up the phone, it made work for her. To get new cards, to sign the right papers, we had to drive to hell and back in the Peruvian suburbs. We spent a lot of time in banks where squads of soldiers, dressed in flak jackets and carrying machine pistols, nervously eyed our motorcycles, jeans, and black leather jackets. 10 cards, 10 banks. Every bank officer, too, was suspicious of this guy in jeans and a black leather jacket who wanted to resuscitate a credit card that a lawyer in New York had canceled. They figured I was probably the thief who had stolen the credit card in the first place. Maybe my mall and I had killed Mr. Rogers and stolen his motorcycle, wallet, and gear, and were now engaged in a bold, clever operation to obtain yet more booty at the bank's expense. The cables north smoked with telexes, phone calls, and faxes. We flew to La Paz to look around. Near 12,000 feet, it was the world's highest capital city. It sat at the bottom of a natural canyon several hundred yards below the level of Bolivia's Altiplano, with snow-capped Mount Illimani towering over it. As we flew in, the skyscrapers in the center of the city resembled scale models, surrounded by the reddish and pastel houses of the indigenas, which climbed the steep slopes of the canyon. La Paz was founded in 1548, following the discovery of gold by the Spanish. Despite skyscrapers, the old part of the city retained a colonial Spanish flavor. Even though Bolivia was the poorest republic in South America, La Paz appeared more prosperous than Lima. Maybe the gold and drug money showed up here and not elsewhere in the country. Even more indigenous here. The women wore wonderful little bowlers, which they managed to keep on their heads in some mysterious fashion. Their style of dress had been prescribed by the Spanish several hundred years before, and they still maintained it. Witches had set up stalls where they sold potions that brought you luck in love, business, marriage, having children, whatever you were having problems with. Taking no chances, I bought the giant-sized, high-ticket talismanic vial that was all-in-one, good for every domain of your life, which I keep on my dresser. So far, so good. India has its soothsayers, and the Indians consider it bad luck to build a house or marry without consulting one of these wise men. In China, we'd come across feng shui, much the same system, and Africa had its witch doctors. Our pharmacologists now acknowledge that so-called primitive healers know much more about biologicals and medications than we used to give them credit for. Today, ethical drug companies even hire these backwoods healers as pharmacological consultants. People all over the world use the local witch to help them make decisions, as they have for centuries, even in advanced civilizations. Is there a lot more to this than our literal-minded science understood? After all, aren't coincidences really only scientific truths that haven't been discovered yet? The traffic was as bad here as anywhere in the world. The roads weren't made for it. Hundreds and hundreds of stalls, as well as money changers and typists, were set up on the street. Some stalls even had phones and charged for calls. The stock market here was only 1.5 years old and still had no stocks. Without a public market, I was forced to leave in order to buy stocks in the street or privately. I wanted a beer company, the convertible bond of a bank, and another coming new issue. The travel company here, Krillian, will be a terrific buy if it ever comes public. As they have for hundreds of years, long before the Spanish came, every day Bolivia's miners consume up to a pound of coca leaves, the raw material of cocaine, for energy and endurance. Ever curious, I tried some of them the way the Bolivians do, by chewing them. My first wad was bitter, but the second and third were better. I learned to hold on until the momentary bitterness passed, then keep the wad in place the way Alabama country people chew tobacco or a cow mashes its cud. I also tried mate de coca, tea made from coca leaves, which tasted a bit like Japanese green tea. It's even served in the U.S. Embassy in Bolivia. The locals used it to ward off hunger and altitude sickness. I got less of a buzz off all this than from a cup of strong coffee. In its natural state, the leaf was harmless. But maybe that was the point. Our people had taken tobacco, a herb sporadically used in a ceremonial fashion by the Native Americans, and smoked it ceaselessly. Civilized, rich countries had taken a mild stimulant like coca leaves, used here the way the more sensible of us use tea and coffee, and cranked it up into a strength dozens of times its normal potency, and used it several times a day, abusing it. The Bolivians have chewed and made tea from coca leaves for more than 4,000 years. The Incas restricted its use to royalty, priests, doctors, and the empire's messenger runners, who could travel more than 100 miles a day by chewing the leaves. Modern scientists agree that the traditional way the Bolivians use coca is harmless, nor is it even slightly addictive. The U.S. had often barged into Bolivia with programs to defoliate the plants, however, provoking violent demonstrations from campesinos, or peasants. They could see no reason to give up their best cash crop, one from a hardy, resilient plant they could harvest 4 times a year. I wondered how we'd react to Chinese or Koreans barging into our country and telling us to defoliate our tobacco plants, that we were selling their citizens poison. Despite the stupidity of the drug habit, many of the financial and social problems of both South and North America won't be solved till we legalize drugs. I know all the arguments against doing it, that we'll have 21-year-olds buying cocaine and designer drugs in the local pharmacy, but the vast crime and security apparatus we employ now to deal with this problem is crippling producer and user societies alike. Tens of billions of dollars a year are stolen in the United States to finance a drug trade bloated by illegal profits. It makes no more sense to make drugs illegal than it did to make alcohol illegal. The same basic problems have arisen: large criminal enterprises and corrupt officials. We're handling cigarettes and alcohol by jawboning successfully against them, by turning them into a déclassé activity, and the only solution is to legalize drugs and educate people against them too. The world is spending hundreds of billions of dollars fighting a hopeless battle. We are corrupting our entire criminal justice system. The police don't want the drug trade stopped. For them, it's good business. They can now confiscate anything they want, so long as it's in the name of the war against drugs. We saw the corrosive effects of this drug trade everywhere in Latin America. Corruption, deaths, smuggling, entire societies undermined. Why not just legalize the stuff? The hundreds of billions we would save on law enforcement if drugs were legal, and the taxes we'd collect on legal drugs, could be better spent on prevention and cure of whatever cases of abuse arise. There would be enough left over to deal with alcohol and tobacco use, and still cut taxes. Little will happen until there's a huge scandal in the United States. Perhaps the president or a member of the Supreme Court will be found to be corrupted because of drugs. Today, more than 50 of the several hundred federal judges refuse to try drug cases because they find the laws useless in solving the problem and harmful to our society. If all federal judges took the same action, that would be scandal enough. After legalization, the freed-up jail cells could be used for corrupt politicians. When Peruvians talked of Titicaca, the world's highest altitude navigable lake, they never failed to mention it had waves. That was their way of emphasizing the size of this bright blue body of water separating Peru and Bolivia. And large it was, covering more than 3,000 square miles. But while its skies were sunny and the land around it was gentle terrain, it wasn't that hospitable. Its water was frigid year-round, the result of being more than 12,000 feet above sea level. According to local folklore, from Lake Titicaca sprang one of the most important cultures the world has ever known, the Incas. For them, the lake had been sacred and its islands holy. Legend had it that when the Spanish reached Cusco, the indigenous inhabitants had taken the 2-ton gold chain of Incan Prince Huáscar from its resting place at Coricancha, the Temple of the Sun, and hurled it into the lake to hide it from the invaders. Some years ago, oceanographer Jacques Cousteau spent 8 weeks with a mini-submarine exploring the bottom. He found no gold, but he did discover a 20-inch-long tricolored frog that never surfaces. On Titicaca's surface were islands, the best known being the floating reed islands of the Uros tribe. Here was a remarkable method of self-defense, further proof of man's great adaptability in the face of necessity. Around the world we'd seen caves, castles, moats, and underground cities. Here, the Uros had built huge islands of reeds, 10-foot-thick reed mats on which they would build villages. When threatened by their enemies, they would sail the whole island away to safety. We learned that the Uros had lived with each other a while before marriage. If it didn't work, they could try someone else, up to 3 partners, till a marriage took. Despite all our progress, perhaps civilized society could learn something from a more natural way of life. Local superstition said black blood had coursed through the Uros veins, allowing them to survive the frigid nights on the lake. The last full-blooded Uro died in 1959, but the island's current inhabitants, a mix of Uro, Aymara, and Quechua peoples, still followed the Uro ways. They fished, hunted birds, and lived off lake plants, including the all-important reeds used to make their homes, build their boats, and form the base of their islands. On a bleak plateau, nearly 13,000 feet high, stands the remains of the brilliant, long-forgotten Stone Age civilization, Tiahuanaco, which we now know predates the Spanish discovery of the Americas by several hundred years. Its stones are square and rigid, its vistas blocky and rectangular. Who were these pre-Columbian people? What was their fate? Unlike other ancient South American civilizations, they left no written records, only their buildings. One of the city's largest structures, Puma Pinchu, is now only a jumble of stones, some of them 26 feet long and 16 feet wide, hurled about as if by a natural catastrophe. No one knows whether this had once been a palace or a temple. It's now a mystery. Excavations have proved that over the 1,000 years of its existence, this was as many as 5 separate cities, one built on top of another. 1,000 years of sophisticated civilization in the depths of the Bolivian jungle. More amazing, the quarries for the city's stones lay 60 to 200 miles away. Blocks of stones weighing up to 100 tons, a few even more, were carried across the jungle floor by men without the wheel, metal, or horses. Yet even without metal blades, the blocks were as regular as if a die had cut them. What struck me was the universal genius of man. I was reared to think that the glories of the Hebrews, the Greeks, and the Romans were the heights of ancient man's accomplishments. But this trip was opening my eyes. In Carthage, in Zimbabwe, in Chi'an, in the Sahara, and in Siberia. Here in Tiahuanaco, Lake Titicaca, Suzdal, Istanbul, and Samarkand, I found ancient glory after ancient glory. To build a mammoth stone city like this, miles square and several stories high, took more than a strong king who wanted to be well buried. A people first had to rise above the subsistence level, after which such huge structures took dozens, scores of generations of social development and organization. Their leaders had to remain focused on their goals over generations and not succumb to the burning consumption fever that later infected the Spaniards in colonial Lima. Housing, food, and labor had to be arranged. Some form of capital had to be assembled. Plans had to be laid and executed. And a way of motivating workers and middle management had to be found. All this by societies we deign to call primitive. To me, they represented everything that makes man great. I realized again that mankind would take care of itself and survive. And here stood one of their cities, Tiahuanaco. A succession of rulers had had the vision to plan and build this colossal city, this monument to man's genius. In 1911, Hiram Bingham, an American explorer searching for the lost city of the Incas, was led along the same route into the Andes used by the Inca chief Manco in eluding the Spanish conquistador Pizarro. After a strenuous climb to 7,000 feet, he was taken by his guide to a great flight of beautifully constructed stone-faced terraces, perhaps 100 of them, each hundreds of feet long and 10 feet high. Bingham had seen similar flights before, and he was unexcited. Suddenly, he later recalled, I found myself confronted with the walls of ruined houses built of the finest quality of Inca stonework. It was hard to see them, for they were partly covered with trees and moss, the growth of centuries, but in the dense shadow, hiding in bamboo thickets and tangled vines, appeared here and there walls of white granite ashlars, square-hewn stones, carefully cut and exquisitely fitted together. Following on, he found a semicircular building, whose outer wall followed the natural curvature of the rock and was keyed to it by one of the finest examples of masonry I had ever seen. Furthermore, it was tied into another beautiful wall, made of very carefully matched ashlars of pure white granite, especially selected for its fine grain. Clearly, it was the work of a master artist. He continued to hack away jungle and to explore. Dimly, I began to realize that this wall and its adjoining semicircular temple over the cave were as fine as the finest stonework in the world. It fairly took my breath away. What could this place be? Bingham had been led to Machu Picchu, which because of its emerald-like mountain setting is arguably the most famous and spectacular archaeological site in the Americas. Certainly today it is the most visited site in South America. Since farmers were living and farming there when he arrived, it is hard to say that he discovered Machu Picchu. The correct way to phrase it, we were told, was that his was a scientific discovery. We rode in by train along the silvery Urubamba, legendary river of the sun. The mountains rising around us were a deep, deep green, their tops shrouded in ever-moving mist. The ancient city, perched on a steep green slope, is still largely intact, as only the original peaked thatch roofs have disappeared. The city straddles the narrow saddle of a mountain high above a U-bend of the Urubamba. A backdrop of snow-capped peaks rise to 18,000 feet. The sight that greeted us as we passed through the portals of Inti Punku was magical. What an incredible place this must once have been. The Tower of the Sun was built over the royal mausoleum with such perfect precision that no mortar was required. The Spanish found this stonework without mortar throughout the Americas, but could never duplicate it. The Temple of Three Windows opened onto the glory of the Andes. The city was the terminus of a 625-mile road through the mountains, which, like all Inca roads, had been paved and had post houses at intervals. I was agog at all this, also built by men without horses, the wheel, or metal. We think of Stone Age man as benighted and primitive, but here, as in many other places, he had erected an elaborate civilization, obviously employing hierarchical social structures, elaborate planning, and sophisticated technical know-how. For those with a little nerve, there was the pièce de résistance, climbing up the hair-raising stone steps to the top of Huaya Picchu, which overlooked the fabled city. At its summit stood the Temple of the Moon. Since Hiram Bingham's day, a tremendous amount of clearing and restoration had been done, which included thatching some of the buildings and setting the original watercourses to work again. It was a romantic, otherworldly sight, a place for dreaming. Much like Pachacamac and other less important temples in the Inca Empire, Machu Picchu has been home to priests, high functionaries, craftsmen, and servants, and most important, to the Mamacunas, the virgins chosen to dedicate their lives to the sun god. It seemed to have been a city without poor, a mountain fortress of liturgical fountains and glorious walkways. No one knew what had happened to these people. The Incas had left no written record, and the Spanish chronicles didn't mention the city. They might have been killed by an epidemic, or the occupants might have been swept away by the bloody political disputes raging throughout the Inca Empire before and after its fall. Here at Machu Picchu, excavations only added to the mystery of what had happened to its inhabitants. In all, the skeletons of 173 people were found. 150 were women, many buried with valuables, which led to the conclusion that Machu Picchu was a sanctuary of the virgins of the sun to protect them from the conquistadors' lust. At the tomb of the high priestess, as Bingham called it, the remains of a woman and a small dog were found, along with some ceramic objects, 2 brooches, and woolen clothing. The woman had suffered from syphilis. At Cusco, we dined on guinea pig, a local delicacy which tasted like good crisp pork barbecue. We ate the head and all. The local chicha, or corn moonshine, was horrible, like wine that had gone bad and then rotted. The main painting of the Last Supper in the local cathedral showed guinea pig being served, as well as local cheeses and green peppers stuffed with meat. An Andean artist 300 years ago would naturally have assumed that was what was served at the Last Supper. Chapter 32. On Darwin's Trail. The border crossing from Peru to Ecuador was unique. The Pan American suddenly turned into a mass of people milling about countless stalls, a bazaar, all as crowded as those in China. As we inched our way through the mob, I wondered what was going on, where the border guards were. 6 or 8 guys suddenly rushed at us, yelling and gesturing. They said we had to stop, as we had driven right by the border post. They turned out to be money changers. The government employees didn't pay much attention to who came and went here, but the money changers weren't about to miss a pair of potential customers. I was worried that we would be searched at the post, but getting through turned out to be a breeze. On the other side of the border, we found scores of money changers on chairs by the road, each with a calculator and a briefcase on his lap. I went from one to the other, checking the rate. It was like shopping for a stock on NASDAQ, as this was a competitive liquid market. They all had basically the same rate. I couldn't figure out how they made a living, as this border, due to all the problems to the south, wasn't busy with travelers. For the past 2,000 miles we had been traveling on the Pan American Highway through desert. After crossing the river into Ecuador, however, the landscape dramatically changed into lush rainforest. Spanish moss grew on phone lines, along with what I took to be air plants. Although the road was not bad, driving was difficult, as there were no signs on the roads or in the towns. Not only did we feel constantly lost, but a couple of times we entered a major traffic circle and came out the other side, only to discover we were headed the wrong way on a one-way street. Ecuador was prosperous, with much more traffic and economic activity than in Peru. We were in the south, the least prosperous portion of the country. The northeast was where oil had been found. I'd seen an efficient free market money system, and now I saw prosperity and great roads, along with lots of trucks, cars, and buses. That the border was so easy meant the country was open and fluid. If I could find a stock exchange, I decided I'd look into investing here. Along this part of the route, the Pan Am was a continuous fiesta, open day and night. Shops on both roadsides displayed bananas, pineapples, oranges, lemons, limes, guavas, tomatoes, every kind of fruit and vegetable. Whole pigs hung in front of restaurants, few of which had more than 15 tables. We could pick out our pork chop, which we'd have along with a salad, beans, rice, and a beer, and they'd grill it on the spot. Other stalls sold clothes, shoes, plumbing items, whatever was needed for daily life. We drove into Guayaquil, Ecuador's largest city, on a good road over great bridges. The town had a glittering skyline. We found the best hotel, parked our motorcycles, and set out to find how to get to the Galapagos, which we knew were restricted for conservation reasons. We were able to arrange a flight. From the island's airport, we boarded a boat called the Daphne for 5 days of exploration. With all the wildlife here, seals, turtles, lizards, and birds, it was easy to see why Darwin had found these islands a natural laboratory for evolution. As an example, a certain starling, all its numbers come from one great-granddaddy starling, had evolved differently on 2 separate islands, giving Darwin a clear vision of evolution. On one of the shorelines, we stumbled onto a seal who had just given birth. Her blood was drying on the rock on which she lay. She was completely exhausted, but her new baby was bouncing around beside her. All about us, turtles, seals, and birds were mating or giving birth. Baby somethings were everywhere. This was certainly a fecund place. Darwin's days were long gone. As recently as 30 years before, the Galapagos might still have been a laboratory of evolution. Now, with all of us traipsing around, it was over. Tourists were everywhere, 90,000 a year, along with 12,000 inhabitants recently arrived to service the visitors. Some of the nearby ocean fish had turned poisonous from eating garbage and sewage tossed overboard by the boats transporting tourists. Goats had been here for generations. They were tame when introduced, but had long since become wild. Now they were being killed to restore some centuries-old balance that the environmental authorities believed in. Not only was this a travesty in itself, but it was all the more appalling since some of the goats had evolved so that they could thrive on salt water. The locals had used some of the money brought in by tourism to build a pathetic football stadium. So much for nature. In Guayaquil, we stayed in the town's best hotel, the Oro Verde, or Green Gold, so named after the country's chief export, bananas, which accounted for 25% of its foreign exchange earnings. Banana trees were so plentiful here that we frequently had to brush their leaves and branches out of our path. It was easy to see how Ecuador, Costa Rica, Colombia, Honduras, Panama, and Guatemala had gotten the name Banana Republics. Together, these countries accounted for 3/4 of the world's export of bananas, half of which went to Europe, 2.7 million tons of green gold a year. Apparently, the Germans and Belgians were their best customers, their purchases having tripled during the 80s. I continued to have a good feeling about Ecuador. The currency was convertible, the country prosperous. Following my usual custom, after several attempts to find someone who understood what I wanted, I went to the largest local bank that was a member of the stock exchange and had a branch in the United States. I am not sexist, but every Latin American country is macho. I was immediately encouraged because everybody in the bank stock department was a woman. If these jobs were so unimportant that they were filled by women, it meant the stock market was still on the ground floor. It meant I was in time. I asked to see the head person, and to my joy, another woman came out. Here I was in a black leather jacket and chaps, wanting to buy stocks. The chief, Irene Inez, immediately figured me for a drug runner. Luckily, a friend of mine from the investment world had coincidentally connected with us in Guayaquil and happened to bring along John Train's book, The New Money Masters, the first chapter of which is about my investment methods. It took an entire day, but this book and a couple of faxed magazine articles convinced Senor Inez I was legit. Otherwise, she'd still be checking to see if I was a drug peddler. She took pictures of my passport, and I signed my name 1,000 times. I began to consider myself lucky she didn't fingerprint me, all so I could give her my money. Finally, we opened an account. "When you arrive in Quito, the capital," Senora Inez said, "go by our legal department to sign some more forms." I wrote her $1 check and gave her instructions on what I wanted to buy, my usual mix, 7 of the bluest chips on this very depressed exchange, such companies as a bank, a newspaper, and a brewery. No problem, she told me. In Quito, I called the bank's legal department, but the lawyer didn't return my calls. I went by to see him twice, but both times he wasn't there. Figuring that seeing him was a formality, I let it go. After we looked around the city, we made our way north. To jump ahead, long after I returned to New York, all I had for my dollar investment was a canceled check. I repeatedly wrote Senora Inez in Guayaquil asking for confirmation slips, records, an account statement, something. After 7 or 8 months of this, I wrote the ambassador in New York. He called the head of this department at the bank, and I finally received a letter from her. "Senor Rogers," Senora Inez wrote, "it is not legal for foreigners to own shares in our country, so I will send you your money back. You must understand that the rate of exchange of our currency has gone down a bit since you deposited money here. You probably will not receive the entire amount you left." I was beside myself. I had spent an entire day confirming this very point, the first one I make sure of when I invest in a country. Now I was glad one of my rules about these investments was to start small, so when problems like this cropped up, they were small problems. Another rule was that the foreign banks I dealt with have a branch in the States. First, if you want to straighten something out, it is easier if they are here. And second, they are a lot easier to sue if you have to, which I haven't. Naturally, its United States branch was in Miami, which today is a South American money center. Americans in the Northeast think everything of consequence must be in New York, but to many people from Latin America, the United States is Miami. It's Spanish-speaking, it's all they know of the States, and it's all they want to know. From their point of view, it's a Latin American Hong Kong, Singapore, or Bangkok, an international city hospitable to their business. So I called up the Miami branch, got a Colombian who worked for them, and wanted to know what was going on, if he could help me. "If the bank is only now telling me this is illegal," I said, holding my outrage in check, "then I shouldn't get my money back at a depreciated rate, because you took the money with a promise to buy me shares. I don't mind taking the currency risk in the stock market, but the bank shouldn't come back now, 9 months later, and say, 'Hey, it wasn't legal in the first place.'" "I don't understand this," said Senor Lopez. "I'm a foreigner. I own Ecuadorian shares." "You own shares?" "Yes." "This sounds like a runaround. I'll see what I can do." Letters passed back and forth, each exchange taking a month or so. At last, my new friend in Miami told me, "We've got it taken care of. You can own shares if you sign certain papers. The legal department is going to translate the proper documents into English." "Send them in Spanish," I said, knowing that translating them would take another 2 months. Finally, I got the documents in both Spanish and English. The cover letter told me to go to the Ecuadorian embassy in New York and have it certify my signature. It's no wonder there weren't more foreign investors in Ecuador if they each had to go through all this, but at least for once, something in this mess was straightforward and clear. At the embassy, I gave the papers to the document consul, who asked what I was buying. "Shares," I said. "No," she said. "I can't sign that." "Miss, please, just read the letter." "No, I'm not going to read the letter. This isn't how these things are done. You have to obtain—" She rattled off a jumble of what sounded like intricate procedures. "Wait a minute, miss," I said, my exasperation rising. "Please, just read the letter. It's from the largest bank in Ecuador. It's written by their legal department, and they say I'm supposed to bring it here to you. They don't know what they're talking about." Bureaucracy. I insisted on seeing the ambassador, or whatever the head guy was called here in New York. Consul General Ramos came out, listened to me, and murmured to the document clerk, but she was adamant. She wasn't going to do anything. Senor Ramos started in on me, too, telling me all the steps I had to take, repeating her refusals. "Would you simply read this?" I asked. He glanced at it and began to shake his head no. "Look," I said, my voice rising in frustration, "I'm trying to invest money in your country. Why are you making this difficult? The legal department in the largest bank in your country says it's okay. I say it's okay. I want to give your country money, and all I've gotten is a huge runaround." He kept shaking his head, and I was growing dizzy with disbelief. What century were these guys living in? I said I wanted to go over his head to talk to his boss. Well, in the entire Northern Hemisphere there was nobody over his head. He was the boss. Senor Ramos and I went back and forth a while longer, and finally something clicked with him. He had been thinking I was there to buy Ecuadorian alpaca or wool or some other cash crop, and that I needed contracts that had been approved by 1,000,000 different departments back home. Obviously, nobody had ever been in here to buy shares before, a fact that usually lights me up, but that right then did not seem such an advantage. I'm almost always too early in these things. Maybe this was like Nepal, where I'd had the God-given sense to recognize that the country was too primitive and too much at risk of social disturbance to invest in, and stayed out on my original trip there. "Come back in 3 hours," he said, "and we'll have something typed up and you can sign it." He gave me a beatific smile. All this for a signature guarantee. He did it, I did it, and 15 months after I gave them my $1 check, I received the confirmations that I had bought shares. Cocky now, I bought some more, or rather sent another $1 check. Then I again had trouble getting confirmations of these new trades. I would call down there and one of Senora Inez's clerks would tell me they had bought the shares, but they would never quite manage to get me the confirmation slips. International investing has its risks, and they're not all those of declining currencies and share prices. Chapter 33. The Darien Gap. Within an hour or so of crossing the Colombian border, we rode again through the glories of the Andes. In a 45-minute period, we went from blazing summer at low levels into freezing winter at the misty tops of mountains, where we rode into clouds and then came out above them. We plunged into the desert, then across fields and up, down, and around hills. For people who love to drive, this was one of the world's great roads. These would be the last real mountains we would see until we hit the Canadian Rockies on our way to Alaska. What a glorious ride. But not many people vacationed here because of the guerrillas, the drug wars, and the cholera epidemic. Everybody had heard of the Shining Path, but the Colombian guerrillas were just as dangerous, and we were as worried here as we'd been in Peru. These guerrillas didn't have the PR geniuses on staff that the Shining Path had, or the cadres it sent to Europe to sell other left-wing movements on how terrific it was, how much it needed support, and how it was the fourth wave. We also began to worry seriously about the Darien Gap. Stretching from Colombia to Panama, it was a little more than 100 miles as the crow flies of Missing Road, the only unfinished part of the Pan-American Highway between Tierra del Fuego and Alaska. Because of the swamp and jungle it covered, no ground traveler ever went over it as the crow flies. In fact, nobody had ever figured out how to pave a way across it, or even how to build a simple path. If an entrepreneur could, and if he could set up a toll road there and keep the local authorities from taking it away from him, he would become fabulously wealthy, for tourism would become gigantic through the region. Opening such a road would be on a par with the opening of the Silk Roads and routes to California and to the Northern Territory in Australia. Boom time, big time. To do it, he would have to fight raging rivers, jungles, swamps, and the rabid greed of politicians. Who would use it? Drive to Alaska in the summer and count the number of American RVs on the roads. Americans have an itchy foot. They're now beginning to tour Mexico, and before long they will push farther into Panama. There they will look longingly south and wish they could go yet farther, but they will have run out of road. Americans aren't going to load their RVs on a boat and tour Europe or Asia. South America is the obvious frontier for American travelers. A road to South America. It will produce one of the great travel booms of all time. We couldn't find any guidebooks describing how to go across the gap from south to north. They all assumed you were headed south only, and nobody expected you to drive. We had to figure out how to cross it, 100-odd miles of swamp and jungle. On many roads, we continued to get astonished looks as Tabitha's bike swung into view. Heads turned to follow her. Smooth brown faces registered shock as they realized, "It's a girl," from the blonde braid hanging out of the back of her helmet. Then they turned and said, "There's another one," as I passed by their astonished gapes. As tall blonde Tabitha strode down these streets in jeans and a black leather jacket, heads turned, especially those of women. Driving into Pasto felt and looked like driving into a typical American city. Colombia was more prosperous than Ecuador, with shopping centers, American cars, stores, the whole modern works. I wondered if drug money had come this far south in Colombia and made this into a boom town. Despite condos that reminded us of Wichita, guerrillas were active here too. 7 government officials were assassinated the same day we passed through, but we saw nothing. We continued on toward Bogota, still on an extraordinary road. An investor had to be here to discover the prosperity, because it wasn't in the balance of trade figures. Drug trade statistics don't show up there. A lot of the money probably got stashed in Switzerland or Panama, so that it wasn't recorded by the central bank. The road from Pasto to Cali was wonderful, but we had to be on the lookout for rock slides. The roadsides were full of vulcanizadorios, places that patched and changed tires, symbolized by a used tire sticking up by the edge of the road. We had found this to be a symbol for these shops around the world. Tires here weren't made as well as in the States, yet the locals rode on them forever and needed a place to have them repaired. Here there were many more roadside repair shops than back in Africa, Siberia, and China, as there was lots more traffic, lots more people riding. We encountered more blacks and people of mixed native South American blood here than down south. The road life on the Pan Am continued to be alive with cafes, hotels, fruit stands, and butchers. As we had in Guayaquil and Quito, in Pasto we made inquiries about crossing the Darien Gap at airlines and boat companies. In Cali we found out that a boat would take us around the missing leg of the Pan American Highway. Boats left erratically from Buenaventura, although one travel agent here was certain they would not take motorcycles. The road to Buenaventura was bad, and we would have to cross a mountain. Another agent thought the boat would take the motorcycles, but not us. Then we were told about an airline that would take us, motorcycles and all, and surprisingly, the airfare was cheaper than that for the boat. Cheaper and faster appealed to me. A couple of hours and we'd go from Bogota to Panama City. That was the story, yet we had learned never to believe any of this stuff till we got to the point of departure and were actually on board. In Bogota, the airline agent said he had a load ready to go. He would put us on the plane if we would go the next day. It meant we wouldn't spend as much time in Bogota as we would like, but it also meant we wouldn't have to take a chance on not getting a flight at all. Transportation between countries was never simple. Next week, somebody might want to know who had authorized us, if we were transporting drugs, were we smugglers, who had allowed the bikes to come, and had we been vaccinated. Besides, it might take them 2 weeks to load another plane, and then it might not have room for us. At the airport, we found that it was a cargo plane going north. As back in Beijing, they had never taken a motorcycle this way before. Thus, they didn't have any regulations and were easy about it. They didn't even want us to unhook the batteries and drain the gas tanks. Getting aboard turned out to be such a snap, taking only 2 or 3 hours to process us through instead of an entire day, that we were early for the flight by several hours. We hot-footed it back to Bogota by taxi to the Gold Museum, which had more and better gold work than any place in South America, and for my money, in the world. The tragedy was that the Spanish had melted down tons of gold artifacts for coins and sent them back to the motherland, all in a futile effort to prop up the sagging Spanish Empire. The plane turned out to be as long and empty as a truck. A hydraulic lift hoisted the pallet on which the bikes were strapped and shoved it inside. The plane was then loaded right up to the pilot's aluminum door. I sat on a padded bench outside next to the toilet. Tabitha spent the hour flight in the cockpit, looking at the countryside and oohing and aahing, letting the pilot show her what was going on. Doubting they'd have the same enthusiasm for me, I read the International Herald Tribune. I left South America even more bullish on the continent than when I'd arrived. The old dictators and exchange controls were mostly gone, and the people were no longer in a mood to tolerate dictatorships by the military or left-wing professors of philosophy. Chile's economic miracle was a beacon to every other South American society. If Chile could better the lot of rich and poor alike, why couldn't their country? South America didn't have the potential border problems of Central Europe and Africa, which lent it stability. The Spanish had given it two great gifts: a common language for a good portion of the continent, and a common religion, Roman Catholicism. A third great cause of border strife, tribal differences, was minimal, partly because Chile and Argentina had solved their tribal problem by killing off everyone not of European descent in their 19th century. Only a stalled dispute between Peru and Ecuador over their border remained. The South Americans were developing real stock exchanges, and in many cases, sound money. What else did an investor need to know? Using my formula of buying nearly every stock on the exchange, I'd bought shares in Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Uruguay, as well as shares in Argentina. As exciting as Chile's prosperity was, its market wasn't for me at the time. I was eager to see if the same economic revolution had visited Central America, where, because of the strategic importance of the Panama Canal, Americans had meddled for more than a century. Chapter 34. The Canal to the Rio Grande. For all my sang-froid about Judd, we were rushing by the time we reached Panama. Compared with the places we had crossed, Central America was small, about the size of France. Its 29 million people were about half France's population. I suspected that Panama was a great short. While there might be a boomlet over the next several years in tourism, over the long term, as the military and canal employees leave, the economy will contract. Someday the world will come to its senses and legalize drugs, which will cause the money laundering and banking frenzy in this Switzerland of Central America to collapse. The U.S. dollar is Panama's official currency, although the Panamanians call it the Balboa. After we leave, the Panamanians will literally have to print their own currency, since I can't see where else they will get more. When it comes to printing money, Latin Americans have a long and rich tradition of overdoing it. For a while, they will make enough dollars off the canal to keep the country looking prosperous, especially if they allow the canal's maintenance to run down. Panama City is essentially an American outpost, an American colony. It made us think we were back in America. A Marriott hotel, a Kentucky Fried Chicken, and a McDonald's. The supermarkets looked like those in the States. We didn't even need a carnet to enter the country, which almost made me dizzy, like a deep-water fish suddenly come to the surface. We were told we wouldn't need one between here and the States, which is one of the reasons recreational vehicles eventually will be able to come this far south. We found a BMW dealer. In addition to the regular 10,000-kilometer servicing, the luggage racks had to be welded again, and one of my rear shocks had to be replaced. God knew when we would see another dealer. We had a book listing him, and it might be out of date, or the dealers might have gone broke. Panama was peaceful because of the American military presence, but we were about to head into 3 or 4 more war zones. As usual, we gathered information about what was ahead. We would have to go through at least 6 of the 7 Central American countries, although we still weren't sure what to do about El Salvador, which was said to have a good road but was in an all-out shoot-'em-up war. Costa Rica was at peace, but in Nicaragua, where theoretically the war had ended, the Sandinistas and the Contras were going at it again because they weren't happy with the peace settlement. Not only was the road through Honduras bad, but bandits and smugglers would come at you, and sometimes the guerrillas in Nicaragua and El Salvador spilled across its borders. In Guatemala, a major civil war raged. There were 2 ways to go through Guatemala, and we kept trying to find someone who knew which was safer. We set out to see the canal, which was extraordinary. I was prepared for an operation run with the efficiency of the U.S. Post Office, but I was surprised. As they did with the early days of the space program, our people ran the canal successfully, with military precision and dispatch. The canal itself is one of the wonders of the modern age. It took 75,000 men 10 years to construct it, at a cost of $400 million, real money back in 1903. The builders of the canal faced huge problems: tropical disease, the unusual geology of the isthmus, which made landslides a constant hazard, the enormous size of the locks and the volume of the excavation needed, and the need to establish entire new communities, to import every last nail, and to organize work on a scale to rival that at the pyramids and Machu Picchu. Through an intricate series of locks, the canal raised a ship 85 feet to Gatun Lake, which at the time of construction had been the world's largest man-made lake. Ships then crossed its 23.5 miles and were lowered a second 85 feet to the other ocean. The canal doesn't operate on a first-come, first-served basis. Ships make appointments long in advance. A screw-up, forcing the canal to be down for a few days, ties up shipping all over the hemisphere. Unfortunately, the canal had been built almost 100 years before. By now, ships had grown to the point where many were too large to pass through. Even when they fit, it took 8 to 10 hours to travel the 50 miles from deep water in the Atlantic to deep water in the Pacific. The Panama Canal is technically obsolete now, too narrow, and it takes too long for ships to go through. For years, builders had had to design ships so they could pass through the canal by making them narrower and smaller than was ideal. With advances in engines and fuel efficiency, however, which enabled ships to round the Horn in days instead of months, they could build supersizes and bypass the canal for the Horn. Supply and demand was working hard once again. For a long time, our government had had a monopoly on this Atlantic-Pacific passage, and it had kept raising prices. When it had cost, say, $100,000 to go through the canal and $97,000 to go around, owners had sent their ships through the canal, figuring the risk of rounding the Horn wasn't worth it. When it had become twice as expensive to go through the canal, they went around. In the history of the world, there has never been a monopoly that has lasted forever. The canal was one you'd have thought was perfect, but the world changed, as it always does. Most monopolies price themselves too high or become inefficient and lax and provide bad service. Our post office is a good example, a monopoly imposed by law. No one but the U.S. Postal Service is even allowed to put an envelope into your mailbox. Still, United Parcel captured the package business because its customers couldn't afford to send their packages through the monopoly. It was a marvel to watch huge boats go through the canal, no more than a foot of margin on either side of a 100-foot wide hull. The need for such military precision in all operations of the canal made me pessimistic about the future of the canal and Panama. What most heads of state do in a place like Panama with a prize like the canal is use it as a job source for cronies and hacks. In 1990, the canal took in $355 million on 13,000 transits. During the prior 10 years, the U.S. government had spent $100 million a year streamlining and improving canal facilities and operations. Had it made a profit? Did anyone know? For the first year, or even several years after the U.S. leaves in 1999, the canal will be well run by the old employees who have been running it properly, but then some politician will decide his nephew can do a better job. Remember, every nephew down here needs a job. Taking a look at the books, this smart nephew will say, Our profit is going down. Why do we have to spend so much money oiling the gates? Or, why patch that crack where the tanker banged the wall? Why paint continuously? Why run the air conditioners night and day to keep out a little mold? The easiest way to raise profits will be to defer maintenance. Eventually, Panama will put itself out of the canal business, partly because all the money brought in by American support personnel will be gone, and partly because it will make a mess of the maintenance. The Panamanians have misjudged the canal as a big moneymaker. Nobody has any idea whether it's profitable or not. If anything has ever been abundantly clear, it's that the U.S. government does not know how to keep a proper set of books, and our government becomes especially hopeless whenever the money spent is listed for national defense. Central America, to a far greater extent than South America, has been heavily influenced by North America. Someday lots of Americans will drive down to Panama and back. I see the day when Avis will rent you a car you can drop off in Panama City, or you will be able to rent one there and drive to Tulsa. We were even able to find a road map in a filling station, something almost unheard of over the past 4 continents. The United States has had a 150-year-long history of basically owning these Central American countries. When they have strayed too far afield, when they've gotten too uppity, we've come in and thrown our weight around. Just in my lifetime, this has happened in El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. Costa Rica had a huge national or civil guard, to whom American advisors were teaching map reading and other military techniques. Map reading? After all these years, you'd think their instructors would have got the hang of it. But no, our advisors were still there, still a buffer between Nicaragua and our interests in Panama. With the airplane and today's instant communications, the canal was not as important as it had been in the First World War. But generals often lack the vision to look ahead and continue to be stuck fighting the last war, if not the one before. Once Panama had become important, the domino theory took hold. Every country next to Panama had become important to keep in line. Costa Rica periodically was pushed in the States as a place to invest because of its beautiful beaches, mountains, jungles, etc. Many American retirees had moved there. Costa Rica had been bankrupt 3 or 4 times in the past 150 years, but the hucksters always left that out. It had an extremely high debt per capita, a huge fiscal deficit, and high inflation. We heard talk of increasing taxes on retirees going to Costa Rica to live. Talk about killing the goose that laid the golden egg. Nobody ever accused governments of being wise. The smart retirees would move to Nicaragua, Panama, and Mexico. Still, I invested in Costa Rica because the government had decided to develop a stock market. I went down to the stock market and saw the president of the exchange, a woman. She was getting ready to join the International Association of Stock Exchanges. Exchange officials had a mandate to develop a stock exchange, and it wanted to see what other people in the world were doing, how it was done. Once she told me she was joining IASE, I could have walked out right then and said, "This is all I need to know. Bye. It's this simple." But I talked to her some more, found a solid broker, and opened an account. Tourism through here will be gigantic in the future. Costa Rica's principal economic industries are in sugar, cocoa, coffee, and tourism. Cocoa, sugar, and coffee have been in long-term bear markets, but when and if these agricultural markets revive, the Costa Rican economy will go through the roof just because of them. Nothing like a bull market to make an investor look smart. I bought what I always buy, the largest, soundest companies on the exchange, the largest newspaper, the biggest brewery, a bank, an agricultural company, pretty much everything it had to sell. I left word to let me know if more came on the market, and we went back on the road. As we were heading for the border of Costa Rica, we were stopped by a speed trap. "You were doing 80 kilometers in a 50-kilometer zone," the sergeant said in Spanish. "No," I argued in Spanglish. "It says right here on your own government maps the speed limit is 80 unless posted otherwise." "No, it's 50 here in the town," said Sergeant Mendoza. "What? This is all rainforest. There hasn't been a town for 30 kilometers. Back there is a sign saying 50 kilometers. he insisted. "You have to pay a fine." "Let's go back," I said. "Show me." So, like a caravan, we went back 25 kilometers, 15 miles. He proudly showed us a sign facing opposite to our direction, saying the limit was 50 kilometers. "This is going the other way," I said in English. "Into the town we were coming out of, you stupid son of a bitch." Sergeant Mendoza knew one phrase in English, and son of a bitch was it. "You have insulted an officer of the law, senor," he said, "and you were doing 88. Follow us." We all drove to headquarters, where a captain came out and each side gave his story. While we were talking, Tabitha noticed one of the soldiers edging toward the bikes. Immediately suspecting that he would plant drugs, I walked over and said, "Hey, what do you want? If you want to look at something, we'll show it to you." We had been warned about this throughout Africa, South America, and Central America, a favorite cop trick to deal with people they wanted to gouge or put in jail, and we looked like prime targets. I paid our fine, acting properly humble. I said I was sorry I'd called Sergeant Mendoza a son. If I called him a son of a bitch, I was sorry. In fact, it was the only speeding ticket we got in going around the world. After the border crossing into Nicaragua, we hit a checkpoint a few miles farther on, then another several miles later, and then yet another. Sometimes the soldiers were so occupied with backed-up cars, we'd sail by without their flagging us. More often, however, we were the event of a boring week for the soldiers. In addition to scrutinizing our papers, they wanted to flirt with Tabitha and ogle the bikes. If we were lucky, this took 15 minutes, if unlucky, 45. Nearly always we persuaded them not to search everything. After the 10th checkpoint, I was boiling over, even though I knew it didn't do any good to get angry. After so many tens of thousands of miles of delays, I kept trying to reconcile myself to these inevitable snags of travel. But 240 miles across this country and what, 20 checkpoints? One every 12 miles? Rationally, I understood everything. The Sandinistas and the Contras had been integrated into the armed forces, and the country had to do something with them. I asked, "Why do you need to look at these passports? How do you think we got here if we haven't been through one checkpoint after another? Here we are in the middle of this country. Do you think we fell from the sky?" We were moving through Central America in the rainy season. Fortunately, when it rained, it didn't last long in any one spot. As we rode along, sometimes we saw a sheet of rain ahead that looked like a waterfall splashing from the sky. We would stop, put on our rain suits, and creep forward. Unlike the States, where rain sprinkles first, here we would enter a wall of water. After a few minutes, we would exit the mini-storm, which was like driving out from under a waterfall. Managua, Nicaragua's capital, was a beaten-up city with seedy buildings and bullet holes. No glitz here, no glamour, nothing. The war had torn out everybody and everything, people, buildings, environment. Here was a country with 3.9 million people that had been superpowered to death, and for no decent reason. One machine gunner's pillbox around a curve had written on it, "All will be better," somebody's pathetic hope. After Roosevelt withdrew the Marines from Nicaragua back in the 30s, we left the Somozas in power. Various family members ruled until President Carter withdrew his support, enabling the Sandinistas, the communist socialist left-wing crowd, to take over. There was an election and the Sandinistas won. The CIA and the State Department realized what had happened here. Oh my God, the communists. The first domino had fallen. Around the world, the socialists were shouting, "Praise socialism triumphant!" The Swedes sent money and volunteers. The Nation magazine sent its readers on special tours. The Russians sent rubles. Daniel Ortega, leader of the Sandinistas, sent himself to Moscow. Here was another foothold for the benighted peoples of the world in the Western Hemisphere. Naturally, the Sandinistas were great friends with Castro. Naturally, we started financing the Contras, which eventually led to Colonel North and Iran Gate. The world went berserk over this tiny country, ruining what wealth it had, because its government might have been commies in disguise, and another domino was falling. Then the Contras won the next election. To the Contras' consternation, before turning over the reins of power, the Sandinistas had handed over land, jobs, and payoffs to their supporters, just as politicians do everywhere. The whole thing would have been comic if so many people's lives hadn't been destroyed by these passing ideological wars. In Costa Rica, we decided to drive through El Salvador rather than try to go around it. It worried me that we were getting blasé about war zones, particularly when we still had 3 through which to drive. We couldn't find high-octane gas here, nor was I optimistic about getting any when we reached El Salvador. It took time even to leave these countries, an hour to clear Costa Rica, an hour and a half for Nicaragua. Entering Honduras was rough. At its border, we were more thoroughly searched than we had been for months, and we had to pay little bribes at every step of the absurd process. We found a decent hotel, and at night we went to the American International Circus, which was in town. Sitting in the front row, Tabitha was referred to as the Gringa. Showers didn't work at the hotel, so we again used the bucket method. I couldn't find postcards here since not many travelers come this way, too many wars in neighboring countries. From the border of El Salvador to its capital, San Salvador, we constantly encountered soldiers. Here was the first bridge I'd seen destroyed by war, a majestic span sprawled in the river and replaced by a pontoon bridge over which we drove. It was painful to see. God knew how many years it had taken these people to build this bridge, how important it had been to them, how much it had cost, and some self-proclaimed savior had blown it up. San Salvador, even in the middle of an awful civil war, was vibrant and dynamic. We drove in on a Sunday, right into a traffic jam, cars everywhere. On every side was street life, outdoor cafes, stalls, and people strolling about. We tried iguana, which tasted like fish, and roast armadillo, which had the flavor of a hefty steak carved out of a thick, gamey slab of chicken. In stark contrast to Managua, San Salvador looked like Los Angeles. For the same reason that New York was more exciting and vibrant than Salt Lake City, the population was denser, San Salvador was exciting because it contained so many people. In El Salvador, the government had set up a special project to establish a stock market, which might open in a year. Much to my own surprise, I decided to invest here, figuring the worst was over. The country's most important industry was textiles, but it also produced shoes, furniture, chemicals, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics. The list went on and on. Exports of manufactured goods, mostly to other Central American countries, accounted for 24% of its foreign exchange earnings. And all this, even though a war had raged here over the past 12 years between the right and the left, the capitalists and the socialists, a typical conflict of the late 20th century that will make our great-grandchildren shake their heads in wonder, as we shake our heads today over religious wars of the Middle Ages. Everybody here was sick of the war. Billboards pictured a mutilated kid with the caption, "Why are we doing this?" The impression I had was of a people saying, "Enough is enough. Let's get this damn thing over with." The communists didn't have more money to pour in here, and we Americans were fed up with the entire thing, because every time we opened up a newspaper, our allies had killed 6 nuns or blown up something or done something else that made us sick. Posters from both sides proclaimed, "We don't want to do this anymore." Looking for a means to invest, I finally wound up with the guy whose job it was to develop the stock market. In his 30s, he'd been to Northeastern University. I was a year or so early, here before the market had officially opened, so I'd have to do something unorthodox if I wanted to buy now, right at what I thought was the bottom. So I did something I almost never do. I bought shares in a large private project, the newly developing free trade industrial park. I saw the end of the war staring me in the face, and I figured coffee and sugar prices were certain to rise someday. I was certain El Salvador had to be a winner. The U.S. had spent billions blowing the place up, so I knew we would pour billions in after the war ended. We couldn't very well let El Salvador fail after all that. Investing a bit in El Salvador and Costa Rica wasn't quite as promising as investing in Japan or Germany in 1945, but no one could deny these countries had hit bottom. We stopped in on Tikal in northern Guatemala to see what we'd been told were the best Mayan ruins. Tikal had been an extensive city of 50,000 at its peak, from 500 AD to 1000 AD. When they arrived in Yucatan in the 16th century, the Spaniards found only primitive descendants of the Mayans, poor indigenas who had but legends of the race of giants who had spawned them. Vast buildings rose over several square miles, primitive skyscrapers thrusting up through the lush jungle. This civilization had endured for 34 centuries, rivaling those of the Egyptians and Chinese for longevity and complexity. The Mayan civilization had spread over an area the size of Europe, encompassing present-day Guatemala, Belize, parts of Mexico, Honduras, and El Salvador. Tikal alone had 3,000 buildings, temples, palaces, shrines, ceremonial platforms, ordinary residences, ball courts, terraces, causeways, and burial vaults, the result of 1,100 years of ceaseless construction. None of this might ever have been discovered if some ambitious entrepreneur in the 19th century hadn't been beating his way through the jungle looking for chicle, the resin needed for chewing gum, and stumbled on these gigantic stone structures. When he spotted Tikal, only the tops of its tallest buildings stuck out, a couple of feet above the earthen mounds encompassing them. In some mysterious fashion, the omnivorous jungle had raised earth to cover over these giant buildings. 10 years later, and this entrepreneur might well have missed this discovery, and the glory of Tikal would have been lost for all time. This story, that of Easter Island, and those of many other sites we've seen, made me wonder how many civilizations, lasting how many hundreds if not thousands of years, had never been discovered by modern man. Stories of the sacred Mayan ball games, after which the winning team's captain was sacrificed to honor his victory, bewildered us. Human sacrifice, like war, was an aspect of man I couldn't understand any more than I can understand or condone capital punishment, in which we trust the state to decide who is to live or die. In 18th century France, starving men were put to death for stealing bread. Think of the millions throughout history who have been executed for crimes we now do not even punish: being a Christian, trading in currencies, not wearing a veil, not joining a collective, not supporting an evil dictator, whatever. Today in our country, drug criminals are executed on the word of a single snitch, himself subject to immense pressure by heavy-handed threats from the state. Prosecutors gunning for governor aren't too particular who they convict. A death penalty case adds another trophy for their campaign. Today, among the civilized nations, only Russia, China, the United States, and South Africa still execute criminals. Are we in the company we want to keep? Throughout history, thousands of innocent men have been executed. How many stories have we read in which murderers were hanged, and yet later the murder victim was found alive and well? I shudder at what it must be like to go to your own execution, knowing it is all a mistake, that you are in fact innocent. In the ruins of Tikal, archaeologists had found more than 100,000 tools and implements, as well as more than 1 million potsherds, useful in carbon dating. They estimated that what they had uncovered was only the tip of the iceberg, that they needed another century of digging and evaluation to understand these ancient people fully. The North Acropolis took 1,000 years to build, and it had within it layers of older buildings, giving archaeologists a means of unraveling this civilization's development. The Mayans had implemented the use of zeros and positional digits in their numbering system 1,000 years before such sophistication reached Europe from India via the Arabs. This was the highest flowering of Stone Age civilization archaeologists had yet uncovered. Man's adaptability allowed him, with whatever he had, to develop to extraordinary heights, to create great art and architecture. If he had stone only, he could still create quite a civilization, sometimes more elaborate than many others using iron and the wheel. On viewing this site, with its thousands of buildings, I was struck by mankind's propensity for social organization and hierarchy. The highest authority appeared to have been a combination of the religious and the civil, as if the ruler were both high priest and commander-in-chief. Like the pharaohs, he was half man and half god. He and his class devoted themselves to civic purposes, as well as to the scientific and artistic pursuits of the High Stone Age. And what pursuits these were! In Peten, temple pyramids rose as high as 225 feet. At Uzmal, a single building was composed of 450,000 cubic yards of material, 1,000,000 tons of cut stone, mortar, and building blocks. The Acropolis at Copan covered 12 acres, rose 125 feet, and was composed of more than 2.5 million cubic yards and 5 million tons of material. None of these buildings was thrown up over a weekend. All were evidence of a successful and prosperous society, a powerful hierarchy, and a centralized administration. Throughout this trip, we encountered many societies with varying social structures that had accomplished amazing feats. We stood now in the ruins of a theocracy, but we'd traveled through socialist, communist, fascist, and democratic systems, with every gradation in between, along with any number of monarchic ancient civilizations, from the Carthaginians to the Aztecs. What struck me was that in every one a hierarchical structure had prevailed. Whether the system was organized by priests, party bosses, barons, kings, capitalist owners, or ward healers, somebody was on top and somebody else was on bottom. Even if we could magically start out on the proverbial level playing field, no matter what the system, it wouldn't take more than a day for those who were ambitious and those who were smart to figure out a plan for getting a bigger grass hut, or even 2 grass huts. The fellow who was both ambitious and smart would shortly have himself a dozen grass huts, and the next thing you knew, he'd crown himself king and have his sons and daughters called princes and princesses. It looked to me like a law of social dynamics. In Mexico, I bought some grasshoppers cooked in thick hot sauce. Tabitha wouldn't eat them, but I thought they were even better than the grilled termites back in Africa. Predictably, the government-owned Pemex gas station monopoly gave poor service and an awful selection. The people here were mestizo, a change from the indigenous we had seen since Costa Rica. Mexicans seemed more sophisticated than the people we'd encountered for a while. They seemed even sleek and prosperous. Here we found outdoor cafes and public concerts. Like Argentina, Mexico was selling off its state-owned banks, TV stations, and other companies, invigorating them. The stock market was on the front pages of the newspapers, so that boom had to be nearing a top, at least temporarily. We skipped Mexico City, foregoing its pollution for a drive along a wonderful road through the Sierra Madres to Puebla. The country's 4th largest city, Puebla was a real charmer, with street after street of old colonial buildings, balconies, tiles, filigree, towers, and churches. It brought home all over again how glorious and rich Mexico and Peru had been in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, during a time when the United States had been little more than a scrub tract. Here had risen centers of civilization with their own art, culture, and religion. Unfortunately, money had come to the citizens so easily that they hadn't had to invest, become productive, and plan for the future. Their problem had been how to spend it fast enough, and spend they had, on monuments, carriages, houses, and churches, instead of on factories, canals, and roads. Consumption, rather than investing for the future? It's no wonder their grandeur was so short-lived. This trip had been the most enormous event of my life, and now that we were nearing its end, several emotions surged through me. I was having a hard time wrestling with the grim reality that the trip was nearly over. I ached for it to last longer, and at the same time I was pleased that it looked as if it would be successful. On a broader plane, I was saddened for my country. Everywhere we'd been, every society was untying the statist knots that had strangled it for decades, centuries in some cases. Everyone was throwing off all sorts of social and economic shackles, But the United States was heading in the other direction, relentlessly putting on controls, regulations, rules, and laws to control centrally its citizens, businesses, schools, and charities, one of the prime methods the Soviets, Latin Americans, and Africans had used to strangle themselves. We found that the rest of the world was trying to be like what they thought we were, and indeed were at one time. Today, many businesses in Europe and Japan are loath to sell to us because we sue at the first glitch and our myriad regulations eliminate all profit. As an example, dear to motorcyclists' hearts, BMW won't sell its excellent motorcycle helmets here. The regulations, insurance, potential liabilities, possible boycotts, and lawsuits eliminate all incentive. The manufacturers of the French morning-after birth control pill, RU486, have been extremely reluctant to market their pill here. Today, even though an ex-husband pays alimony and child support promptly, his ex-wife can garnish his salary, creating more paperwork for corporations who must hire employees to administer these rules. Our doctors are drowning in paperwork and federal procedures, often spending 20 hours a week on them. Our statist nightmare goes on and on. Under the Clean Air Act, employers must actively help their employees develop alternatives to driving to work. Under the Disabilities Act, an employer has to keep employees who have had nervous breakdowns on the job and must find work they can do. As much as we need export earnings, even in 1994, many U.S. cities and states wouldn't do business with companies that trade with South Africa, even though virtually every other country, including black African nations, have been doing so for years. In both South Africa and Vietnam, where enormous positive changes have taken place for some time, there's a feast to which every country in the world was invited. We Americans didn't get there till after dessert, in time to dine on the scraps. The United States can't compete with others who don't have such requirements, so how beneficial to us are they in the long run? These may be worthwhile, but someone has to pay for them. And you know who that is, you and me, and eventually, the entire country's prosperity. The North American Free Trade Agreement should be good for the United States, Canada, and Mexico. If it's good for California and Mississippi to trade duty-free with each other, why not the United States with Mexico and Canada? We forget free trade was one of the great secrets of the British Empire's success. The British brought capital, markets, and administrative and technical know-how to the colonies, which in turn provided labor, natural resources, and markets, a perfect recipe for commercial success. Many well-intentioned Americans don't see it this way. Along the Maquiladora, the industrial zone in northern Mexico, where 500,000 Mexicans work for United States companies, Zenith pays $1 an hour, Ford $1.25, and General Motors and General Electric pay hundreds of workers only $30 to $40 a week. These low wages put up the backs of many United States unions and workers. How can we possibly compete, they ask? Surely the U.S. should protect its citizens' jobs. I don't see it that way. In fact, GE sells more goods to Mexico, $750 million worth, than all GE's Mexican-based operations sell to the U.S., $500 million worth. This surplus contributes to our overall favorable balance of trade with Mexico of some $5 billion a year. Working off the Commerce Department's assumption that every $1 billion in U.S. exports supports 20,000 jobs, GE's $750 million in exports to Mexico supports 15,000 jobs. Our positive balance of trade means that we have 100,000 extra jobs in this country because of our trade with Mexico. With Mexico's coming growth and elimination of protectionism, we'll sell the country a lot more too, particularly high-tech products like cars, computers, medical equipment, and machine tools. Only 1 out of 16 Mexicans has a car, compared with 1 out of 2 Americans. What an opportunity for us instead of the Japanese, with the advantage of NAFTA. Freed at last of its statist restrictions, Mexico will grow. As it continues to expand, it will need to develop its infrastructure. The U.S. Agency for International Development has estimated that power demand in Mexico will grow as much as 7% annually between 1989 and 1999. In this expansionary boom, it will spend tens of billions of dollars. The chairman of General Electric de Mexico estimates that a recent order his company received to help construct the Samalayuca 2 power plant is worth $200 million to GE, and that it will generate more than 700 employee years of work in Schenectady, New York, and Greenville, South Carolina. Is this bad for the United States? From a long-term perspective, NAFTA ties together three natural trading partners. We have some capital and markets, the Canadians have the natural resources, and Mexico has abundant labor and growing markets. Yes, there will be some worker dislocations here, but should we preserve several thousand steelworkers' jobs and deprive 260 million Americans of the benefits of cheaper steel? Yes, we might even lose large numbers of jobs, maybe 250,000 over the next several years, but we will gain another 500,000. The political problem is that those 250,000 who think they'll lose their jobs are highly vocal, whereas Joe Smith, 23, who in 2 years will go to work making air conditioners to be shipped to Mexico, doesn't yet know about his new job, isn't organized along with the other lucky Americans to clamor for it, and isn't lobbying the congressman. What worries me is something entirely different. The marriages of our individual states into the United States and of the common market countries each contain a mix of the rich and poor, the well-financed and the nearly bankrupt. However, NAFTA brings together the United States, Mexico, and Canada, three of the largest debtor nations in the world, all three nearly bankrupt. It is a good plan with benefits for all three countries, but no one has ever put together three such large bankrupt entities. In the end, it could turn out to be three drunks leaning on one another in what might be a vain lurch to find home, but on balance, it should benefit everyone. The risk is that the three deadbeats might try to go it alone in their new union and build barriers to trade against the outside world. As with the common market, this would be the worst possible outcome, containing within it the seeds of our own destruction, as we would give up learning how to compete successfully with the rest of the world. Chapter 35. Home and Beyond. We crossed the U.S. border at Brownsville, Texas, and celebrated with a dinner of Church's Fried Chicken and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. We had to sit outside in the parking lot because of the beer, but who cared? We'd made it. It astonished me how Hispanic southern Texas is. Brownsville is 80% Hispanic. Even the Brownsville newspaper, in existence since some time in the 19th century, was now being published in Spanish. The second night in the States, we wound up in the Houston home of a friend, George Stark. This was the first time we'd been with Americans for almost 2 years. I was under so much culture shock I was almost dizzy. My friend's wife, Lois, was taken by our voyage and kept asking us, "How has it changed you?" We scarcely realized we were back. We were still worrying about crossing borders and finding gas, wondering if our tires were okay and if the road ahead was paved and where we could find a decent room for the night. She asked a lot of perceptive questions, but all I could mutter was, "I hope next time we meet I'll have better answers to your questions." Something was different within me, but I couldn't say what. As we drove east, I began to muse on the question. I knew that for a long time I had wanted to scrap completely my old life and start a new one. I had yearned to find a new road that was right for me. If I could just find the right road, I'd know it and follow it to its culmination. If I could just find the right road. Would this trip lead to the epiphany I'd been seeking? We went on to New Orleans and to Alabama, where my cousins Pettis and Kathy Randall gave us a celebratory barbecue. Everybody else was in dress-up clothes, but all I had still were my jeans and leather jacket. I tacked our multicolored map of the world on the wall, traced our route, and answered questions. After that was over, a latecomer cornered me. "How was the trip?" Well, it's not over yet, I said. We plan to head on up to New York in a couple of days. My God, he said. Don't tell me you're going to drive all the way from Alabama to New York on a motorcycle. We had parties all along the coast, looking up people and eating dinner with friends in Montgomery, Birmingham, Atlanta, Charlotte, Washington, and Philadelphia. We'd seen so much and been gone so long that I understood the difficulties Marco Polo must have experienced trying to communicate the glory and vastness of China to 13th century Italians. I kept warning Tabitha not to get overconfident just because we were close to home, but I was the one who fell off the bike. It happened in Tennessee. Again, I was pushing too hard in the evening, trying to make more mileage than I should. Ironically, having been around the world without mishap, I finally had an accident. I banged a rib, chipped 2 bones in my hand, and cut my chin. We drove into Philadelphia and got caught in a huge rush-hour traffic jam. Gosh, I thought, traffic jams are the same all over the world. Finally, we drove into New York on a fabulous November day accompanied by the bright, dancing strains of Chopin on WQXR. We'd now been gone 20 months. My odometer said we'd covered 57,020 miles, and we hadn't yet gone to Alaska. We'd been on boats and in the air another 40-odd thousand, for a total of nearly 100,000 miles. Arriving home, we felt weak, overwhelmed, and tearful. As I entered my house, I wished the trip wasn't over, but I also wanted to know if everything was all right. What had happened to my life over the past 2 years? Box after box of mail rose on the kitchen floor, and I had all the problems Judd had engineered to sort out. I went through the entire house, basement to roof, to satisfy myself that everything was as I'd left it. Even though it was the 17th of November, on the roof garden 2 yellow roses had blossomed, which I took to be a sign of good luck. We opened a bottle of Dom Perignon and had black-eyed peas, rice, and collard greens for the first time in 2 years. The next morning I went to a board meeting at 9 o'clock. I haven't seen you in a while, a guy asked. What have you been up to? I've just been around the world on a motorcycle. He smiled and said, that was nice. It takes a lot to impress a New Yorker. Afterward. In December, I gave Tabitha the gold necklace I'd bought in Buenos Aires, and she was surprised and delighted. After a rest, we hit the road again, this time to Alaska, bringing our trip total to 65,067 miles. When we got there, we realized how different people in the Yukon and Alaska are from those in Ottawa and Washington, D.C. As in so many places we pass through around the world, these people aren't the joiners and backslappers of the capitals. They are loners and mavericks, a hardier breed, produced by the rugged nature of their habitat. Thousands of miles and several time zones from Washington, Alaska has only 500,000 people in a space a sixth the size of the lower 48 states. How can Alaskans allow Washington to run their lives? What do the moles of the Beltway know of their lovely, stark country? Alaskans have only a single congressman and 2 senators in Washington, which means the capital largely ignores the wishes of its inhabitants. In fact, Alaskans have more in common with their neighbors in the Yukon and in Siberia than they have with bureaucrats in Washington, Ottawa, or Moscow. If the 3 of them, fabulously rich in mineral resources, aligned themselves into an independent frontier nation, they could attract enormous development capital. Her eyes opened to several things by her nearly 2 years of traveling. Tabitha's off to graduate school now, studying international relations, although she might be better equipped to teach it than someone who's only read about it in books. To show you how fast the world changes, I have traded in several additional countries outside the United States, including Austria, Italy, Turkey, and Ireland, countries that when we passed through them didn't seem like good buys. Not only did the market in Turkey drop 85%, but the government took many steps to make the environment better for investment, providing me with an excellent opportunity. As the African National Congress became more moderate, at least for negotiating and electoral purposes, I invested in the South African stock market for a while. I've even started putting small amounts of money into other African countries, as the continent has evolved as I expected it would. There's a warrant out for Judd's arrest, but the police tell me that even though he's admitted forging my signature several times, it's not worth their while to extradite him. It's a sad state of affairs when the criminal justice system is too busy with other crimes to chase down an admitted felon. I fulfilled my dream. I now know the world in a way I'd hoped to, and it has not only helped me understand investing better, it has given me a better sense of who we are as a species. We're certainly a lot more robust than statist politicians, seeking to solve every problem conceivable, real and imagined, would have us believe. Now that I'm back, having seen a good part of the world close to the ground, people ask how the United States looks to me. I hate to say it, because this is my home, but I see America as an obvious short sale. It's painful to see how hopelessly provincial and isolated we still are in this country. It's frightening that neither political party has been or is willing to address our economic problems. Around the world, we saw firsthand what statist shackles had done to so very many countries, and I can see clearly that here in the States, it will have to become far worse before it gets better. I am convinced that Clinton will be the last president of his party. In 1918, Lloyd George, head of the Liberal Party, was Prime Minister of England. To the Brits, he and his party won World War I. He was as popular as any post-war hero in history. However, the British economy, the system, the society, the currency, you name it, was a mess underneath, just as ours is today. Even though Lloyd George was a world-renowned leader of his party, which had dominated UK politics for decades, there has never been a prime minister from his party since because of that mess, just as Clinton will be the last leader his party ever elects. The Democrats controlled both the executive and legislative branches of government during the pivotal 1992 to 1994 period, so they will get a lot of the blame. The Democrats also have serious demographic problems. Their strength for decades has been 1. Converts during the Depression, who are now decreasing in numbers, 2. Unions that continue to lose power, 3. White Southerners who are abandoning the party in droves, and 4. Blacks, from whom they cannot hope for more than the 80% they get now. The Democrats will not just disappear any more than did the British Liberal Party. In fact, the Liberal Party still exists as a rump all these decades later. No, the Democrats will just wither away. Don't get me wrong, the Republicans deserve a lot of the blame. Their split and/or demise will come later if they do not do something quickly about the problems we face. I worry when I hear Republicans saying they want to balance the budget by 2002. That says to me they do not understand the problem. Our situation is so severe that it needs to be corrected now. By 2002, it will be too late. Even assuming that the current politicians actually mean it, we have heard the same solemn resolve half a dozen times since 1979. We have even had laws passed requiring balanced budgets. If they ever report a balanced budget, we should all insist on an independent audit to flush out the smoke and mirrors of Beltway accounting. Republican talk, regulations, and requirements may be better than Democratic ones, but we need a lot more fast. Let's look at the big picture again if this seems shocking. Seemingly permanent political structures around the world are fracturing. Who could have conceived of a non-liberal Democrat running Japan, much less a socialist? The parties that dominated Italy since World War II have all been supplanted and/or disappeared. Look at what's happening in Canada, Belgium, Sweden, and Mexico. During the Cold War, voters around the world accepted a lot of nonsense as they were afraid to ask too many questions. Serious changes in the status quo could lead to who knew where. The Cold War is over, so people worldwide feel free to question old assumptions. Our system is so rotten, so corrupted and bloated with debt, obvious and disguised, that no matter what any politician does, it will become the focus of an immense crisis before the decade is over. Our politicians, both Democrats and Republicans, have followed a policy of debasing and devaluing the dollar for years. It took the Romans 400 years, the Spanish 200 years, and the British 75 years to debase their currencies as much as we are debasing ours in a couple of decades. The people running the government don't care, and the Federal Reserve would rather save the politicians than save the currency. I don't see much hope for the dollar. Given what we'd seen as the consequences of weak currencies around the world, I expect a continued deterioration of our situation. We are going to hear the term currency crisis a lot more. The world won't end. After all, Britain is still around, as is Spain, but they are now only shadows of their former selves. Britain was the richest, most powerful country in the world in 1920, but coined the term brain drain as early as the 1950s, when people began leaving. We're now the largest debtor nation in the world. That would be okay if we were investing the money in productive assets, as we did in the 19th century, but it's all going into entitlements, welfare, agricultural subsidies for such crops as mohair and sugar, interest payments, tanks, and intercontinental missiles, none of which builds future productivity. Our troops still occupy Europe and Japan over 50 years after the end of the Second World War at a cost of $150 billion a year. Despite massive publicity about the foolishness of it, we still pay huge subsidies to our farmers when we should fly them to Siberia or Zaire instead. They'd all get rich. Why, 30 years after the Pentagon has told Congress it doesn't want any more mohair, are we still spending $50 million a year on this stuff? There are 5,000 sugar growers in the United States. We spend approximately $5 billion annually to support sugar prices, which works out to roughly $1 million per sugar grower. We could save a fortune by going to each of those producers and saying, "Here's $100,000 a year for life, a condominium at the beach, and a Porsche. The only thing we ask in return is that you never raise sugar again." A further irony is that, waste aside, the massive spending for the sugar support program actually has a detrimental impact on our economy. Because of sugar price supports, 270 million consumers in the United States end up paying 2 to 3 times the world price for sugar. We're also ruining the economies of our Latin American allies because they can't sell us their natural product, sugar. Why is this? Because there is a constituency for each of these programs. The sugar producers, the mohair producers, the defense industry, the military itself, walking up and down the halls of Congress to make sure the money keeps rolling in. There are such an extraordinary number of cases like these that raising taxes to pay for such misguided, wasteful programs is lunacy. 18-year-olds should be in the streets over these issues, for they are the ones who have the most to lose, who will suffer the most. We have guaranteed them a bankrupt future. The chief concern of our government at this moment ought to be to cut needless spending in order to put our budget on a sound fiscal basis. The measures Chile has taken to put its economy in order ought to be less than enough. If a country that was far more of a basket case than ours can pull itself up by its bootstraps in 15 years, we ought to be able to do the same in less time, if we have the leadership and stamina to pull it off. Should taxes then be cut? Yes. But the essential issue is not the level of taxes, but the tax system itself. We need to completely change our tax structure, which penalizes savings and investment. If you're lucky enough to have a job, you pay taxes on the money you earn. If you then put some money in a bank or a mutual fund and earn interest or dividends, you pay taxes again. If you earn any capital gains on that investment, you pay taxes a third time. The rest of the world doesn't do it that way. All the economies running circles around us, Japan, Germany, Singapore, and others, encourage savings and investment. They don't tax them. They tax consumption. We do just the opposite. We encourage consumption, and we tax savings. Our savings rate is 4%. The Japanese rate is 5 times this. More savings means more money for investment. More money for investment means more productivity. More productivity means an increasing standard of living. precisely what we've lacked for the past 20-odd years. Here's another dead simple, easy to understand natural law of economics. What you tax, you get less of. We need to change things in the United States. We must eliminate all taxes on savings and investments. We should junk the present tax code, which is several thousand pages long, and replace it with a flat tax. Huge money and energy in this country are devoted to wrestling with the tax code and avoiding taxes. At least 1% of our gross domestic product at a time when we're struggling to achieve a 2% rate of growth. We could have a 5-page tax code and file our income taxes on a postcard. We should supplement the flat tax with a consumption tax, making it more expensive for people to spend than to save. Then we should eliminate a host of wasteful government programs. Washington is spending enormous sums on tanks and missiles, which do absolutely nothing for future productivity, and on transfer payments, which also do nothing for productivity or the future of the country. Why aren't the 18-year-olds in the streets? More radically, why allow congressmen to go to Washington, where as a group it's easy to lobby them? Let's make them stay in their home districts, conduct their meetings through video conferencing, and vote electronically. If lobbyists in this country had to go to 535 districts, our laws would be quite different. Wouldn't we be better off having the local banker, teacher, and plumber watch our congressmen vote from our high school gym, rather than have lobbyists watch them in Washington? Plus, we could eliminate the travel and staff waste built up around Congress in D.C. While we're at it, let's change the date of the elections to April 15th. It's no accident that November was chosen, the date 6 months before and 6 months after we pay our taxes. Let's select our politicians at the same time we're paying them, as we do everything else in life. We would all vote better if we realized how much our votes cost us. A main tenet of my philosophy is that when you have a leak in your roof, you'd better fix it, as it's sure to cost you more later. Unfortunately, another lesson history teaches us is that little reform happens until it's forced on people. The air now is full of talk that fiscal reform isn't politically feasible. Given all this, what does the future actually hold for the United States? Given the real political, economic, and social world, what will happen? 20 years ago, we could have afforded the luxury of politically feasible measures. However, our debt now is $5 trillion and rising by several $100 billion a year. It's too late for moderate measures. We're coming to a time when only strong measures will stop the hemorrhaging. Even if we somehow balance the budget tomorrow, there's still the debt of trillions of dollars for someone to pay. It will kill the economy to cut spending further, so the sensible way to pay this down and put ourselves on a sound basis is through privatization, through selling off government assets such as our public lands, airports, seaports, and the post office. As an example, most of Nevada is owned by the government and could be sold. The list of assets we could sell is endless. The rest of the world is doing it. Why not us? Wouldn't it be glorious to live in a debt-free country with a balanced budget? If this sounds radical, all I can say is wait until everything collapses around us. That's really going to be radical. Eventually, even the politicians are going to have to discuss these ideas because the country is sliding toward bankruptcy. As happens to all societies that keep their heads in the sand, the markets will force the issue upon us. Then it will be a lot more painful. Simplistically, we'll encounter either an inflationary collapse or a deflationary collapse. Under the inflationary scenario, our government will print more money than it has assets to back it. Nobody will want the dollar. A dollar then won't buy 1.7 Deutschmarks. It will buy half a mark. Or, if the government doesn't overprint money because of the enormous public debt, there won't be enough money to fund building houses, businesses, and factories. We'll have deflation, some of which was felt in the early 90s in the U.S. with the collapse of residential and commercial real estate values. In a deflationary collapse, as in the Great Depression, asset values will fall because there won't be enough money to fund anything. When Americans ask me to suggest solid currencies in which to invest, I mention the Deutschmark, the Dutch guilder, the Swiss franc, the Austrian shilling, the New Zealand dollar, and the Singapore dollar. Central banks' policies are tremendously important. The European currencies are tied to the German Bundesbank, whose mandate is to keep the mark hard. Our own Federal Reserve seems more interested in maintaining a short-term even keel than pulling into dock and overhauling our bloated, out-of-control monetary system. Will our country survive? Sure. The Italians and the British haven't had their fiscal houses in order for decades, yet life there has gone on, even if there hasn't been much dulce in their vita. In 1910, Argentina was the richest country in the Americas, and yet by the Depression, it had collapsed into poverty. Life was hard, but yes, it has continued for 60 years. If there's one thing I've learned in going around the world, it's that societies become rich, swagger around for a few years, decades, or centuries, and then their hour is done. The other thing I've learned is that even when all the wealth is gone, life goes on. More important, I've also learned that if you've got a dream, you have to try it. You must get it out of your system. You will never get another chance. If you want to change your life, do it.